You know, I never thought that in my lifetime I would have to think about the idea that the US would start a war and not be winning it. Outright. Donald Trump probably thought to himself, I'm going to start this war in Iran. It's going to be over in like a day and a half. And then I can spend 3 or 4 months talking about the Iran war and the peace efforts and this, that, and the other. And it'll get people off. I guess the Epstein files. I don't know what the overall goal of this bullshit's been. But I seriously don't get it. People are getting mad when the truth is being talked about because they feel like we can't handle objective truth anymore. People can't handle the reality. It's like, look, I didn't cause these things. I didn't wake up today and say, oh, you know what? I'm going to convince President Trump to invade Iran. Because if you had asked me, invading Iran was a dumb idea. Because we know militarily you cannot achieve regime change without putting boots on the ground. Sure, you can blow up a bunch of targets. You can inflict a lot of damage. But we are at a point now where we've burned 850 Tomahawk cruise missiles. So for those of you who aren't familiar with military spending, we've used 850 Tomahawk. These go from anywhere between 1.3 million and 3.6 million. Now, of course, until after the war, until after action reports, until congressional oversights, congressional committees, you're not going to know which ones were used. And the reason why is you can't have in real time Congress asking the carrier strike groups, what have you expended? Because they'll say that's classified until we're safely back at home at an American port. We can't release what we've used because you can use logistics patterns to figure out what their wartime fighting capacity is. But just in Tomahawk missiles, 1.1 billion to 3.06 billion. This is the floor. This is the ceiling. We have hit 10,000 Iranian targets. We've hit 10,000 targets. Yet Donald Trump has said over the weekend, we've just struck a bunch of relevant military targets. What targets are we hitting if we won the war on day one? Like, what's left to hit? And yet people are going on and on and on that Donald Trump is a genius. And there was a really great video.
I told you what was going to happen before you started.
There was a really, really great video that I saw because it really breaks it down to a great level. We're winning the war. Oops, you got made backwards somehow. We're winning the war in Iran. Before the war, Iran did not have control of the Strait of Hormuz. Now it does. Iran oil was sanctioned. Now it's not. Iran was not building a nuke. Now they are. U.S. bases in the Gulf were assets. Now they're liabilities. Inflation was declining. Now it's increasing. Oh yeah, you two dumb fucks with your thumbs up. Oh yeah, we're totally winning, right? I want you to think about how much $1 billion is. If the government came to me and said, Jay, we recognize you as a fair and balanced, sometimes irrational, but usually on the up and up, we want you to, we're going to give you $1 billion. In the next 5 years, you have to build a community of 50,000 people. We're going to give you some land. We're going to give you $1 billion. Build houses, build a school, build civic centers, build everything people need. We want to have basically a self-contained 50,000 person population. For $1 billion, you could do that. If you're not having to buy the land. If the government gave you the land to do it. $1 billion, you could build a community for 50,000 people. Instead, we used $1 billion to $3 billion hitting military targets for then Donald Trump to say, we're winning the war. We won it on day one. We're not winning. We need help. The strait's open. The strait's not open. I don't know what we need to do. We're cooked as a species, but we're really cooked as a country. We're really, really, really cooked as a country. Our leadership no longer cares about the future of America. And I don't think this is unfair to say, but I really do believe that the Democrats care about the U.S. citizens, and the Republicans care about world power. As I sit here and I look back and I look at the Trump presidency, Donald Trump said all this bullshit about he's going to make these other countries treat America fairly. But when I ask the question, I say, but how are we not being treated fairly? Nobody ever has an answer. Well, the U.S. wasn't getting good trade deals because all these other countries were paying us less tariffs than we were paying them. What? What? Countries, you don't pay the tariff as a country. The importer pays the tariff. The very fact that Donald Trump would say, we've got a unequivocal, unequal setting because of the way the tariffs work, America is paying more tariffs. America was paying more tariffs to itself. And all the MAGA people rallied behind the tariff idea because the tariff idea is going to put money in our pockets. And I weep for civilization. I weep for the illiterate American because I say, how the hell are you? How are you saying, because I have to pay a higher price when I go to the store, we're winning? Because remember, everybody talks about, well, what if we change taxation? What if we got rid of income tax and we went to a flat tax? And then in conjunction with a flat tax, we went to a usage tax. it still doesn't get the rich people to pay more taxes. Because I'm just going to use simple numbers. You're making $30,000. You're spending $10,000 commercially. You're spending $10,000 for rent, utilities, yada yada. You're not saving shit, right? You would say, well, if you got rid of the income taxes, I would make about $4,000 more a year. Cool. Sure. If we got rid of income tax altogether, you would pay about $4,000 less in taxes a year. But wouldn't you then just be spending your money more likely commercially? In order for any change to actually be effective, we have to say to ourselves, if we make this change, it is more likely rather than less likely that people would then start saving, that people would pay down debt. And I know some people are going to say, well, you don't know what people would do. I damn well do know what people would do, because we gave out COVID stimulus checks and people didn't save that money and people didn't buy down their debt. Did IQs fall off sharply since COVID? Think to yourself, going into Target or going into Walmart or going into Best Buy, in conjunction with the not accepting Chinese products into America, coupled with the now everybody got a COVID stimulus check, you couldn't find a fucking TV in a store to save your life. I broke my daughter's TV accidentally. My daughter, she was 14 at the time. Little tiny itty bitty thing. I used to pick my daughter up. I make her laugh, pick her up like a doll, tickle her. And I picked her up and my elbow clipped her table, or clipped her TV. Her TV fell. I put a big spider web crack in her TV. She was upset. And I said, I'm on my way out. I'll find you a TV. She had about a 27-inch TV. I went to 2 Walmarts, a Target, a Kohl's, a Best Buy, and the BX. I found 1 smart TV. 2 Walmarts, a Target, a Best Buy, a Kohl's, and the BX. I went to 6 places. I bought the only TV that I could find, and it was about a 44-inch. But I broke my daughter's TV, so I had to replace it. Where the hell were all the TVs? People that bought them. What I have a big problem with is Americans talking out their ass, because they say, oh, my life is horrible. My life is terrible. I can't afford my rent. I can't afford groceries. I can't. And then I've been in these people's houses. Good evening there, F6. I walk into these people's houses. There's 3 people live in the house, and there's 4 TVs in the house. They have more TVs than they have people. You walk into their house, they got a DVD player hook connected to every TV. I see in one room a PlayStation 4, in another room a PlayStation 5. And you say, hey, I thought you said you had money problems. Well, I do. You have $5,000 worth of electronic toys. Well, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to say? That I shouldn't have any entertainment in my life? No, I'm just saying that when you talk about and you say how hard the system is, I don't want to hear that you can't make rent when you have half a year's rent payments in electronics. You could have 1 TV and 1 game system. They probably didn't always have money problems. No, they always had money problems. What they have now is they don't have vertical progression capability. So now inflation has caught up to them. And I get it. Inflation sucks. Inflation sucks. The government needs to do something to combat inflation. Cool. What? Inflation is a natural byproduct of capitalism. Because you want a what every year? You want a raise. Why? Because you feel that your labor is worth more. But why? And I used to try to teach this. You build pencils. You make pencils at the pencil factory. Your job, the only job you have at the pencil factory, is you take the little piece of metal and you stick it on the end of the pencil. That's all you do. You either do it manually or you supervise the machine that does it. So I pay you $10 an hour. But next year, you ask me for a raise. Why? Now you want $10.50 an hour. But why? Did you revolutionize putting the piece of metal on the end of the pencil? No. Did you figure out a cheaper way to do it? No. So why does your labor suddenly become worth more next year? Well, you're charging more for the pencil. Yeah, because I'm paying more for the wood, the graphite, the rubber, the aluminum. I'm not... Yes, I understand that we have to look at the profit piece, but it's really easy to look at the profit piece, to deflect to say, let's look at the profit piece, when it isn't not of advantage to the worker. Because as we all know, no, I didn't include labor for a reason. Because if I don't give you all a raise, my labor rates didn't go up. That's why we do the pencil theory. I know I didn't, because it's the whole teach of the point. If you don't suddenly contribute anything more to the process, why would I give you a raise? And this is where the thought process comes in. As I said, it's really easy for the worker to immediately look up and say, well, you're making more profit. But that doesn't matter, because it's my factory. It's my factory. The profit is mine. I took the risk. The reward is mine. And people say, well, it's my labor that makes that profit. No, it's your labor that makes the product. And I've already paid you $10 an hour for that labor. If you don't think that's fair, go start your own pencil factory. But where I like to catch the kids early on when I used to teach was say to them, where did this idea that you're entitled to a raise every year come from? Now, I'm paying you $10 an hour, and you're the guy that puts the aluminum on the pencil. But during the year that you work here, you also learn how to put the eraser on the pencil. That might now be worth the 50-cent raise. Because when I have too many people putting aluminum on the pencils and not enough people putting the rubber eraser into the aluminum, I can move you station to station. Now you have two skill sets. Now you have flexibility. Now, to me, you have value. Because on a day that 3 of the rubber placers are out, I can move you and I can say, instead of having 4 aluminum people and 2 eraser people, I can do 3 and 3. My total production for the day is going to be lower, but significantly better because I have a multifaceted person. Then I'd say, yeah, Bob is worth $10.50 an hour. But if I give Bob a raise, everybody else is going to want a raise. Why? Because that's fair. No. You use the word fair, but what you're talking about is equality. But you're not equal workers, so you don't get equal pay. We've got We've got a whole society of people built up who have the way wrong ideas. Now, I can't believe you're defending business owners. I'm not defending business owners. I'm defending the concept of business owners. Because if we just decide that we're going to paint the system however we want, then what the fuck are we talking about? Well, it's my labor. I'm entitled to a part of the profits. Okay, now you're fired. What are you entitled to? Nothing. Okay, good. So you recognize you don't really have an entitlement. Well, I could fire the boss. Oh, you could fire me? Cool. Next day you come to work. The plant's closed. Ain't nobody making no fucking pencils today. Nobody's making $80 today. Why? Because you fired me. Well, we're going to seize the means of production. Oh, okay. You don't know where the contracts go. But now that you seize the means of production, who pays the aluminum guy when he shows up with the aluminum tips? Do you? No? Oh. Because I guarantee you might get one delivery, but as soon as they don't get paid for that delivery, they're not making another. Seen this lots of times. Yeah, they got an AWACS. I'll get to there. I'll get there. I'll loop back there. We're at a point where an awful lot of people are involved in the discussion, but an awful lot of people shouldn't be involved in the discussion because they're not educated enough to be in the discussion. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm not trying to be insulting. But it's really, really, really hard to have conversations. And I think social media is going to be our downfall. Social media is going to be our downfall because people believe that they know what they're talking about because a lot of people just stop engaging with them. Like, you get these. This is the social media dystopian hell we're living in. You have people that'll say something like this. What the world needs is very simple. The Great Reset. Erase all debt. Erase all banks. Erase the stock market. Return everything to the people and have a system where it can never be stolen again. Okay, return what to the people? Because the piece you left out is, if you're suddenly gonna do a walk back, you don't own your house anymore. Because you don't own your house. The bank owns your house until you've paid off your mortgage. Erase the stock markets. Okay, so I don't want you to erase the stock markets. I don't want you to erase the stock markets because in 1997, I put $12,000 into certain stocks. And in 2026, that $12,000 is now worth $1 million plus. If you erase the stock markets, I don't get $1 million. I get 12,000. Who the fuck wants that? I don't want that. Most of you don't want that. If you have any sort of investments, what we have is we have the rich and we have the poor and we still have a middle class. But the poor want to attack the rich and they don't understand why the middle class is keeping a boot on the head of the poor, because the middle class is saying, look, I get it. Your life sucks and we all want a piece of that life, but you're not fucking my life up. I see Delaran said, what Delaran say? Delaran said, I'm of the opinion there needs to be an overhaul on how these stocks are valuated. Emotion led and fraud follows. No, I absolutely agree with you. I hate the fact. So can I grab a? I'm gonna grab Disney stock because Disney stock is one that I track a lot. In the last month, Disney has gone from 104 to 94. In the last 6 months, Disney has gone from 116 to 94. Okay. Stock isn't supposed to be based on speculation. The way stock is supposed to work, the way it was created to work. My company is worth $1,000. I have 1,000 shares. Each share is worth $1. That's how it's supposed to work. I might buy shares of that company because I personally feel like it's gonna go places. But you shouldn't have the shares of stock suddenly go up by a factor of 1,000 or 100 because somebody thinks next year's Marvel movie calendar is gonna be amazing. What we've managed to do with stock is completely remove the risk for the companies, because if they fuck up, the stock price falls, then they can buy the stock cheap, stabilize the stock price, and then make a few changes, get the stock price to go up, and then they can sell the stock again. Companies are constantly in this cycle of buying back stock, making changes, making improvements. I sometimes wonder if the stock market shouldn't just go away. Like, the SEC is going to take a snapshot of the market today, and then that's it. Trading is no longer going to work the way it is. Every company is hereby directed to begin buying back shares of stock at the price it was on the day they took the snapshot. Maybe publicly held businesses are a bad idea. But then somebody's immediately going to hit me with, well, then what about worker co-ops? Well, worker co-ops don't have to be done on publicly traded shares of stock. They could be done with privately held stock. The big push here is we have broken systems, but the poor, and I'm making a correlation, it is more likely rather than less likely that if you are poor and your parents were poor and your grandparents were poor, you're also uneducated. Not that you didn't go to high school, not that you didn't get a diploma, but let's be honest, there's an awful lot of high schools out there that are giving diplomas and the kids can't even read. There's about 52% or 54% of them that are giving out diplomas to kids who can't read. You can't have a society where 65% of the people go to college, but only 54% can read above 6th grade level. You simply can't. These are oxymoronical facts. We give somebody a high school diploma, they go into the military gives them a reading test, and they read at the 5th grade level. But they have a high school diploma. How does that happen? Let's erase the entire retirement fund for some 30 million retirees. Yeah, that's the other one. People always have these ideas, but as I always say, you have to spend more than 1% of the time talking about the problem. You have to spend 51% or more of the time fixing a problem, talking about the problem. I've got a wonderful clip from Jimmy Carr. And I can't believe Jimmy Carr is becoming one of the modern day philosophers. But I've always said each generation has, or each society has the hidden smart people. It was philosophers, then it was poets, Then it was authors and poets and musicians. Listen to what Jimmy Carr says.
What if we didn't tax anyone in their 20s? What if we just said, under 30, no tax?
It's a great idea.
So, and you would say in that, you would go, you're incentivizing people not to go to university and to get jobs, okay? Which some people might view as negative. But university is a luxury item. And luxury items don't work if everyone has them. And 50% of people going to university doesn't strike me as equitable. It strikes me that university should be their elite. It's tertiary education. It should be for the elites. It should also be free. If you're studying something that grows corn, that adds to our society, which is, let's call it STEM, right? If I was put me in charge tomorrow, I go, right, go to university, study STEM, and it's free. That would strike me as a very positive thing. You're dealing in the younger generation. You're going, okay, well, look, you guys are academic. You guys are going to go and do something else, but you're going to earn money and you're going to keep that money. Keep all of it till you're 30. I think maybe tax between 30 and 60. And then we have to stop doing fantasy politics where we go, yeah, we're going to pay everyone's pension forever. We haven't got enough young people to pay for the pensions forever. So maybe over 60, you go, okay, again, no tax, just do your thing. It would strike me as kind of an interesting way to cut it up.
Holy shit. Getting caught for tax fraud increases your IQ. No. The trick here is Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, a lot of the Democrats, a lot of black leadership, they all say, we need to make sure that the thing that kills me is we need to make sure that underprivileged, impoverished black teens get free rides to college. Okay. I'm sorry. I went to a university that was Catholic in nature, but it had this mentality. They gave a lot of underprivileged minorities full scholarships. Most of them failed out. Most of them could not be successful at a rigorous university because they lacked the prerequisite education. I was an academic advisor, but not for major seeking students. I was an academic advisor at the Remedial Academy. My university had a remedial academy. First of all, remedial and university don't go together. At your university, your lowest class should be a 101. It could be a 100, but normally universities, they start at the 101. At a university, they should not even offer 090s or 099s. This is about junior year of high school level equivalent. This is about senior year equivalent. We had a student come in on a full scholarship that had to take 090, 099 math, 090, 099 English, 090, 099 literature, and they had to take a special class called Success at the university level, some bullshit class. It was basically a study skills class. Why the fuck does a university even have this curriculum? Here's your universities. And remember back in the day, you had universities, you had college, you had community college. And we used to have a ramp up. If you were really fucking smart out of high school, you went right to university. If you were bright, but not really fucking smart, you went to college. And then if you were bright enough that somebody saw a future in you, you'd go to community college. It'd take you 3 years to get a 2-year degree. And then you would transfer to either a college or a university. Now, university and college no longer have distinct separations. In some states, their community colleges give bachelor's degrees. Maybe I'm weird. I think a study skills class has value, but it'd probably be in high school. Waiting until university to do it is a choice. Right, exactly. High school is supposed to not be your preparation to go to college. High school is supposed to be your preparation to go to life. High school is not supposed to be college prep. High school can be college prep. It can be trade school prep. It can be military prep. But a high school must be life prep. My ex-military people will tell you, on almost every single military base, there is a tax prep office. And they don't bring in like H&R Block and shit. They take volunteers from the military population who are a little bit older, a little bit seasoned. They train them how to help the young people with their taxes. And I got in trouble once because what I said is, why are we pulling random people from around the base to help people with their taxes when we have an AFSC, an Air Force Specialty Code called finance? Helping people that can't do their taxes shouldn't be a volunteer basis. It should be a core fundamental job component of the finance people. Now, the moment you walk into the finance office and you're like, hey, I need help because I don't know how to do my Schedule C or my Schedule A, that's when they say, I'm sorry, but you're beyond basic taxes, and given your rank, go to H&R Block. But you got an airman. Around tax time, I used to go in early with a little sign on my door that says E4s and below. If you don't know how to do taxes, the lieutenant will teach you. Holy fuck. I ended up having to go to the commander and book the terminal room because it has 2 projectors, because there's like 100 people who are like getting on my list. My fucking sign-up sheet was full the first day from my whole squadron. We had 280 some odd people. We had about 100 airmen. And I was like, did you fuckers not learn this shit in high school? Nah, they didn't. How can a high school be sending you out into the world and not teach you how to fill out a 10... Well, we don't have a 1040 easy anymore. But how can your high school send you out to the world and never teach you how to fill out a 1040 EZ form? I didn't even understand why we had so many humanities and social studies courses that were required. It seemed like extra bullshit class. Now I understand it's supposed to make everyone more understanding of world and history. But it was a very small program of very smart kids, and none of us paid attention in those classes, just took the easy A. Are you talking at the high school level or the college level? Because I will be the first to admit, social studies at the high school level is bullshit. Because with few exception, when you walk into your high school social studies class, chances are that's the football coach, the basketball coach, the wrestling coach, the tennis coach, the track coach. The reason why is, in my state at least, social studies, it's easier. It's fucking easier to get your teaching certificate in social studies than it is in PE. Because to get a teaching certificate in the state of Illinois, you have to take civics, Illinois history, US history. Every teacher has to take those 3 things. That's 3 of the 5 class component requirements to be a social studies teacher. And then, of course, you have to take clinical methods and principles of teaching social studies and one other fucking class. What's the other fucking class you have to take? You have to take two specific classes in order to teach any subject. You have to teach Methods in teaching history and social studies to the middle school student, and principles and practices of teaching middle school and secondary school. So 4 of the 5 classes you have to take to get any teaching degree are classes you need to get social studies. To take PE, you actually have to you have to take more outside of the track classes. College level requirements, we were high school level in a program where we took classes at a community college for dual enrollment. Oh, yeah. That's because we've spent the last 100 years in American education never really thinking about what we're teaching and why we're teaching it. I taught at a school that had an actual half-year civics course. At a lot of high schools, your constitution test is just 2 one-week modules out of U.S. history. As a high school student, I never had civics class. Junior year, you take history, U.S. history. It's a full year class. You start the beginning of the year. They're like, look, you're taking U.S. history, but before we even start U.S. history, we're gonna do the Illinois Constitution test. So you do that shit. And then about March, you're done with the Revolutionary War. The teacher says, okay, break. We're done with history for a minute. We've done the Revolutionary War. We're going to do a week-long class on the federal Constitution. And that's it. That's the average high schooler's total exposure. I never got taught my Miranda rights. I never got taught due process. I learned due process in the Bill of Rights. But, just so you know, Jedi, Elon Musk didn't say that. Elon Musk repeats it. But Elon Musk advocates for what is known as the Montessori method. And I advocate for the Montessori method. I think every high school in America should be on the Montessori method. What we have right now is you have 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds, and they're all in 7th grade. And this doesn't work. And the reason why this doesn't work is you have 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds, and they're all in 7th grade. But you take my daughter, you take Gizmo. She reads at the 12.9 grade level. I have to buy my kid books from the bookstore because the school library doesn't have anything for her to read, and the public library doesn't have anything she hasn't already read that she's interested in. My kid does math at about the 6.2 level. My kid is deficient in math. Social studies is irrelevant because you can teach mixed age kids. So you have reading, you have math, you have social studies. Science, unfortunately, it should be tied to the math level because you can't suddenly, like, you can, to an extent, like with biology, anatomy, physiology, you can teach that independently. But when you start teaching chemistry or physics, you can't teach chemistry and physics to kids that don't have the prerequisite math, or they're going to struggle. And then they're going to be like, I don't understand why this kid is bad at science. The kid's not bad at the science. The kid knows the science. They just don't know how to compute the math. But yeah, what Elon Musk was talking about, he was talking about, let's get on the Montessori method. And as a nation, we should get on the Montessori method. When it came to, well, it depends on which science. If you're studying biology, anatomy and physiology, nutrition, health, that's going to be tied to your reading level. When you're studying chemistry and physics, if you can't read the words, you can't do the science. But if you can't do the math, you can't do the science. So I'll agree with you. You got to make sure that they're not in a class above their reading level. Like if you're reading at the 5th grade level, you shouldn't be in physics. You're not ready. If you're in 5th grade reading and you have to take a science course, then you should be taking life science or earth science because there's no math for you to be lost with. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is you can teach the chemistry cursory, but you can't teach it down to the nuts and bolts if the kid can't do the computations. It's the same thing with the physics. Like, you can teach the concept. Like, why does this fall when I drop it? Oh, gravity. Cool. But that's not really physics. That's just generic science. Why? Yeah, but you can't do the calculations. And then it's hard for a kid to conceptualize. Like, and I do agree we should be exposing the kids to some ideas earlier and then teach them the details of that idea later. Like the kids that don't understand that in a vacuum, a feather and a bowling ball fall at the same rate. Because in a vacuum, there's no wind resistance, blah-de-dee-blah fucking blah. But when a kid can't do the math to prove it themselves, they're like, oh shit. But we wonder why we have such a fucked up society. And that's because people aren't smart enough to get it. Like, all the MAGA people are talking about Donald Trump is winning this war. And I'm like, hold on. We lost an E3 Sentry AWACS at Prince Sultan Air Force Base, Saudi Arabia. Let me say this. No, the picture's not up. That's not damaged right there. That's not damaged. That's destroyed. That there is, like, that's a destroyed aircraft. But there are people who are defending that this is just damaged. Dude. You're not fixing that. You're not fixing that aircraft. Yeah, that'll buff right out. I know what's wrong with it. You ain't got no gas in it. Right? Yeah, and an insurance adjuster. Yeah, an insurance adjuster would call that a total loss, but they'd also tell you that it's only worth $4,000, right? They'd be like, oh yeah, a little bit of duct tape, some glue, shit. All you gotta do is get a bunch of Air Force maintainers on that shit and tell them that they can't have their weekend liberty until it's airworthy again. They'll buff it right out, right? Yeah, you flew it off the lot. You tanked the resale value. The loss of the AWACS is a serious blow to U.S. surveillance capability, said the military analyst Cedric Layton, a former U.S. colonel who has flown on the aircraft. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Here you go, guys. Here you go. Here you go. We'll put it back together. Look at that. Be ship shape. Be ship shape by the weekend. It could potentially impact the U.S. ability to control combat aircraft and vector them to targets or protect them. Or protect them from engagement of hostile aircraft and missile systems. Hold on. Hold on. Why are we worried about Iran having aircraft or missile systems? I thought, according to Donald Trump, we completely controlled the airspace. The fleet of 17, 16 E3s. Yeah, it's CNN. What we have here is Donald Trump is straight bullshitting Iran is winning. This is the problem. People don't want to hear this, but Iran is winning. 3 F-15Es were shot down by a Kuwaiti fighter. We have 1 damaged F-35A. We have a complete loss of a KC-135 and its crew. 5 additional KC-135s have been damaged. More than a dozen MQ-9 Reapers have been destroyed or damaged. $1 billion radar system in Qatar. A $300 million radar system in Jordan. We've used 850 Tomahawk missiles to the tune of $3 billion. Every interceptor we fire is about $500,000. And we have the USS Gerald R. Ford, which is going to be billions of dollars to repair. Iran hasn't won the war militarily, but Iran, if you start adding up by attrition score, you know, like how in some video games, like the war, that keeps track of the war score. Yeah, sure. The United States has obliterated Iran. But if they've obliterated Iran, how is Iran still doing so much damage to the Middle East? Yeah, my CK3 is showing. We're eventually going to win. But we're spending an awful lot of money. Is the juice going to be worth the squeeze is the point. And the answer is no. No, the juice isn't going to be worth the squeeze. As the video showed.
What if we didn't tax anyone in their 20s?
Right?
What if we just said, under 30, you...
Before the war, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, it was way better. What do you think about the Pentagon misappropriating funds Europe sent for armaments for Ukraine and Switzerland sent for its F-35? All right. Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, both need to be impeached. They need to be removed from office. Because if your allies send you money and you don't do with that money what your allies asked you to do, then you straight fucked your ally. We are in a setup where Donald Trump in 1 year has set us back at least 25 years in foreign affairs. Anybody who's a big Donald Trump fan should recognize I'm not against you being a Donald Trump fan. I'm all about, is there going to be enough of a United States at the end of his presidency that, number one, we're not at war with like 10 or 12 countries. I could very easily see us at war with 10 or 12 countries by the time this fucking moron gets out of office. Yeah, 25 consistent years of policy, which will be longer because our policy outlook flops every 4 years. Donald Trump has not made one person's life easier except his inner group of cronies. Now that follows up with can nothing be done about Trump blatantly doing insider trading with his announcements? You have now found the critical flaw in the Constitution. When senators were appointed by their state, there was a mechanism in place for the state to recall their senator. But now that senators are popularly elected, The state of Illinois can't do anything if the Illinois senators go rogue. In the past, it would be, excuse me, Senator Delaron, Governor Jalan would like to talk to you. Hey, fuckwit, I don't know what you're doing up there, but if you don't stop, I've already talked to the legislature, you're not getting reappointed. Represent Illinois interests, not your own pocketbook. And then that senator had to think to themselves, well, shit, the governor has already talked to the legislature. The leader of my state has called me. See, because the whole point was we had a beautifully written constitution. The governor is the leader of the state. And the state's legislature appoints the federal senator. So the senator is beholden to the state, not themselves. But now that the people who used to elect the legislature, who then elected the senator, now that they directly elect the senator, senators and representatives are both now the will of the people. Well, now your whole fucking system collapsed. Your system collapsed because senators were not supposed to be representatives of the people. They were supposed to be representatives of the state. So when it came time for impeachment, you voted to impeach not due to your party affiliation, but due to what your state wanted. Right now, there is no mechanism in place to remove Donald Trump from power because he has too much power. Because our society gives him too much power. Because people buy his bullshit. And if Donald Trump, can we just be completely honest? If Donald Trump made a tweet about me and said that I should be shouted down from the rooftops, I'd have to go into hiding. My streaming career would be over. My content creation career would be over. My writing career would be over. That is too much power for the president to wield like a child with a magnifying glass burning ants. Donald Trump is a weak man because Donald Trump is a weak man because other people's criticisms of him get under his skin. You know damn well if Donald Trump had a conversation with me, it'd be free chicken from now until the end of time. Yeah, he did that to Marjorie Taylor Greene. He called MTG a traitor, and she basically had to leave politics. She left politics because of it. We have boots on the ground in Iran now. False. We do not have boots on the ground in Iran. I don't think we've put anybody on. Now, I was not in a good mental state yesterday, so I don't know if the 82nd Airborne was inserted, but to the best of my knowledge, in show prep today, I found nothing that said we've put boots on the ground. If we were to put boots on the ground, we wouldn't say anything publicly because that puts the operators' lives at risk. I don't disagree with Donald Trump using the War Powers Act because I don't disagree with any president using the War Powers Act. I disagree with how Donald Trump has used the War Powers Act because I don't think we made America safer. We got 13 American service members killed, and the piece that you're not being told is we got 13 Americans killed, and I want to say 300 wounded. We have we've had 300 wounded Americans, 30 of whom are still out of action. That's quite a lot. The news isn't telling you that. So you said, I read something last night that they have over 200,000 soldiers in Iran, pretty much killing anyone who protests, and we have no way to stop any of that. It's not ours to stop. I know people disagree with me. That's not ours to stop, because that is the catalyst for revolution. People need to die. Why are we in Iran then? Oil. Because Donald Trump would rather fight China because they offended him than recognize we don't need to fight China. Yeah, oil. Here, you know why we're in China? Or why we're in Iran? Because oil, and we want to stop them from having a nuke because everybody else who has a nuke tells us to fuck off and pound sand, and we have to fuck off and pound sand. North Korea treats its people horribly, but we're not there. Israel is massacring Palestinians, and we don't go there. Yemen has been in a civil war since 2014, and we only give a shit when the Houthis fire missiles into the Red Sea. We don't give a shit about the Yemeni civil war. There's African countries that are butchering each other. We don't give a shit there. And what's funny is, Pete Hegseth tried to claim Deuce Volt, like we're doing this, we're doing this religious thing, and the Pope rebuked Hegseth in remarks about leaders with hands full of blood. This has got to be, like, let me say this. If your actions are so fucked up that the Pope rebukes you personally, you fucked up. What's even worse is, although the Pope is the vicar of Christ, because remember, not to go too theological, but it's important in how it relates to Pete Hegseth. The Pope is the vicar of Christ. Period. The Orthodox Church, members of the Orthodox Church may die, find themselves at the gate to heaven, and say, "You were led astray by false idols, down to hell you go." The Baptists, the Pentecostals, the Lutherans, the non-denominational evangelicals, they might all go to heaven and then be sent down the back stairway, be like, "You're all following false prophets." It's not for us to decide. But when you're a man who gets chastised by the Pope, and everybody fucking knows he's talking about you, that's maybe when you need to, as a Christian, take a look in the mirror and say, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, him praying before every speech is just cringe. Right, we have a separation of church and state. Do I think Pete Hegseth is doing a good job? Fuck no. I don't think Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. I think when you have an unclassified security, I think when you have a private ISP line put into your office, you're already up to no good. Because the reason why every government worker uses the government network is so that the government knows what the fuck you're doing while you're at work, while you're on a terminal. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're the guy who was talking about strike plans. Hillary didn't do that. Hillary set up a server, which she was allowed to do. But what Hillary's thing was, they were moving classified information from a server, because remember what Hillary set up was a private server, which is fine. But what you can't do is you can't, because her server was still accessible to the government. But you can't put classified information onto BlackBerries. You can't put classified information on an unclassified network. Do you know why the Department of Defense classified network, it can't be hacked? Because it's a hardline system. You have to be physically at the terminal. There's no way to hack it because there's no outside connections. What you have is you have your classified system over here, and then you're air gapped, and then you have your unclassed system over here, and you're sitting at a terminal, and you have classified information to your left and unclassified information to your right, and you have to physically, you have two keyboards on your desk. You can't even KVM switch them because KVM switching would require you to have one keyboard. You can't do that. Nothing on this side can physically touch anything on this side. Well, there is one program I oversaw that you have to take a classified document and you have to put it on an external hard drive, and then you have to bring it over across the air gap and plug it in. But when you run the report, you're telling your classified computer, please spit me out the import file for the unclassed system, and then I'll load that. Now I want to give you just a golly gee whiz how fucked things can get. I was on leave, but because of my job, I had to take my laptop with me. And I was on leave and I couldn't be disturbed. My boss put me on leave this guy the fuck alone leave. And so I walked in, and the day I was coming off leave, I walked in and I was met at the door by comm people. And they're like, Lieutenant, I was like, what's up? They're like, have you been on your computer? I said, honestly, guys, I'm about to go walk my computer to my docking station to update it. I might have to bring it to you later. I was on leave with my daughter. My daughter got out of the NICU, or my daughter came home. I didn't look at it. I'm sorry. Then I was like, why the fuck are you guys here? Because my computer's out of date. I'm like, don't you have better shit to do? They're like, no, we need your computer. For what? Because somebody sent out a classified document to multiple distro lists, so we have like every fucking computer on base in comm, because they all have to be scrubbed and wiped. And I'm like, so why do you need my laptop? They said, because if we get your laptop, we have another workstation to start working on other computers. We're literally bottlenecked right now because we're fixing computers as fast as we can and taking those computers and setting them up to fix more computers. And I'm like, holy shit, what a fucking goat rope. But the girl who did that, she worked for me, which was a whole nother fucking goat rope. She was fucking chastised, written up. I'm pretty sure they took her in a back room and beat her with fucking hoses. And she made a mistake. And Pete Hesgeth is doing this shit. He's communicating airstrikes through Signal. He should have been impeached for that. The Secretary of Defense went 100% along with the idea of renaming the department the Secretary of War. It's the Department of War when we're at war. Who the fuck are we at war with? Venezuelan fishermen? They were drug smugglers. Can I see a conviction paperwork, please? Well, they don't get the benefit of due process. Well, why? Because we declared war on narco-terrorism. We did? Yeah, we did. Oh, so that allows us to violate international law? What everybody should be scared of is that if the president is willing to violate illegal immigrants' due process, in foreigners' due process, in congressional constitutional procedure, you're next. You're fucking next. I stayed quiet when they came for the immigrant because they didn't come for me. And I stayed quiet when they came for the brown man because they didn't come for me. And I stayed quiet when they came for the black man because they didn't come for me. Now they've come for me and I scream for help and there's nobody left to help. So now what the fuck are we? Now what the fuck are we at? Hold on. My friend's dad, when they were done with projects, said all the computers they used in the project were all run through grinders, so nothing leaked. Yep. Usually not the computer. Some projects are that high level classified, they shred the entire computer. But most of the time it's the hard drives. Yeah, most of the time it's the hard drives. But there are some programs that they do shred the whole thing. Let's see. Do you think when the reps turn around, Trump sees blood in the water, they will turn on him? If I recall correctly, let me just double check one fact. I think I'm off by one seat. What we have coming up in this election, I believe, is I believe we have 33 seats up this election. We have 23 Democrat seats and 10 Republican. Hold on. Nope. 33 seats are up. Democrats are defending 13. Republicans are 20. This is the rough part. The Democrats could lose a lot of seats this cycle. If the Democrats lose a lot of seats this cycle in the Senate, Trump becomes vulnerable to an impeachment conviction. Donald Trump, he will probably not have any further legislative agenda after next January. I don't believe the Republicans can hold on to a majority in the House. You've affected too many Americans. You've hurt too many Americans' pocketbooks. You've gotten 13 American service members killed. You've gotten 300 wounded. You haven't paid the TSA. So think about the TSA people. The TSA people are going to fucking vote Democrat. But we keep blaming the Democrats. The Democrats have literally said multiple times, we want to fund TSA. We don't want to fund TSA if you're going to hold a gun to our head and make us fund ICE at the same time. So, why are people mad at the Democrats? The Democrats are like, we have a bill right now. Boom, let's vote. We'll open. Chuck Schumer said, we will open the TSA right now. but it'll be the only thing we vote on. And the Republicans are like, no, we don't want that. Donald Trump literally says no deals with the Democrats. Donald, if you say no deal with the Democrats, you can't then turn around and blame the Democrats. You can't say it's their fault, but I won't work with them. We have to have bipartisan legislation. There's a lot of time between now and the elections, though, and the mob is fickle. All it takes is one or two well-timed optic wins. You're right. All it takes is all it takes is one or two well-timed optic wins, but for either side. If the Democrats get one or two more well-timed optic wins, they pick up more and more seats. Sorry, I have more shit going on in the background. There's a lot of, so what we have right now is we have the Democrats. Okay. Some of you that live in New York or near New York are laughing at the mayor of New York City not understanding how government works. And now he's all mad because he's been embarrassed and been shown outright socialism doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work on a large level because socialism is the idea that nobody wants more than their neighbor. I work hard at the things I do so that I can give my family the things I want my family to have. I don't want you to not have food because my daughter buys 2 pops on Friday. But at the same time, don't tell me that my daughter can't have pops and I should have donated that money to charity. Because it's called charity. I give what I want. It's my money. I choose what to do with it. See, we as a species have a big problem. Everybody wants to spend everybody else's money. Like I make the statement, 100% of my entertainment money this year is going to be spent at Disney and Universal Studios. I'm not doing any Broadway shows this year. I'm not doing any stage shows. We're not doing like little weekend jaunt trips. All of our money is going to Disney because Disney gave me an annual pass this year for $500 a person. A $500 annual pass with Park Hopper is absurdly great. I'm personally hoping that my family gets burnt out of Disney so we don't keep going there, but that's a different story. But I had somebody say to me, it's selfish that you're taking your kids to Disney 7 times this year. And I said, why? And they said, because you could donate that money. And I said, let me stop you there. I give $10,000, me personally, I give $10,000 a year away every year to charitable organizations. And it doesn't go to Extra Life because Extra Life didn't save my daughter's life. Wesley's Children's Hospital did. My donations go through to a lot of places, but lately I've been giving money to people. I've been giving money to 3 different families. In fact, that's what I had to take a stop in a moment to. The same mom, same piece of shit husband, He didn't go to work yesterday. He just didn't go to his job because he didn't feel like it. Now, she had one kid got influenza. Now the other kid has influenza. And she has to message me and say, hey, I know I just paid you back the $25 that you bummed me. Can you bum me another $25 and I'll pay you back as soon as I can? No, he's a fucking piece of shit. He doesn't take care of his kids. New York City is 12 billion in the hole. Not 2 billion, 12 billion. That's the problem with the way our government spends money. They spend it before they have it, and then they're in debt, and now they have less the next year. And because they have less the next year, they can't meet the same standards. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna take a quick break. All right. If Memdadi showed up to his last job, he might have known that. He missed over 85% of the votes he should have been there for. Yeah. How do you have a guy become mayor when in his previous job, he didn't go to where he was elected to serve the people or appointed to serve the people? Socialism doesn't work inside of a democracy that's based on capitalism. Socialism works in your community. Socialism works at a low level. Your community isn't New York City. It doesn't work that way. Jimmy Fallon, I don't think I have the... Is this the one? Yeah, I'm gonna play this clip because this is Jimmy Fallon's quote on socialism.
When you're right, you're right. And this brother's on point.
I don't know, you might object to capitalism, and Ticketmaster are a very good example of the capitalist market. And capitalism is a terrible system, apart from all the fucking others. A bunch of young people seem to have fallen in love with communism again. The fuck is going... Communism's a great idea, wrong species. The thing about capitalism is it kind of leans into what we are. We're quite self-interested. It works. What's your name?
My name's Sam.
What do you do, Sam?
Define communism for me.
Define communism?
Yes.
From each according to their abilities to each according to their needs. Yeah, it just doesn't scale. Everyone is a communist. All of you are communists with your family. If you've got kids, you're a fucking communist at home. Each according to their needs, you take care of them. Of course you do. And as things get wide in your local community, you might be a socialist. Try and help everyone out. And then you get up to nation state level and you go, yeah, fuck those guys.
That's it. That's fucking it. That's it. That's as simple as it gets right fucking there. People, how can you ever hope to teach people that communism works on a commune, a small level, socialism works in a small society, democracy with capitalism works at a large total? We should not be doing social safety nets at the federal level, except for the elderly. Women, infants, and children should be funded at the state level with no federal oversight. Food stamps should be at the federal level, or I'm sorry, at the state level, at the county level, with no federal oversight. Well, we need the federal money. No, you don't. Because if we didn't tax you federally to create unemployment kickers and social safety net kickers, remember, Social Security has its own tax stream and its own trust. Federal tax money doesn't go into that pool for regular Social Security. SSI does, but not the core retirement Social Security. If we left that alone, it would be fine. Leave it the fuck alone. All these people talk about, well, if I didn't pay my Social Security all those years and I had invested it, I would have like $7 million at the end of my life. No, you might have $7 million. You might have 7 million. You might have nothing. I don't want to live in a society that's on a case of, well, we didn't have a Social Security program, we didn't have something for the elderly, and dumb fucks didn't invest, and they now they have nothing. Fuck them. They're old people. Just put them on the fire. I don't want to live in that society. If you want to live in that society, we can talk about it. It's like when I was in the military, I was not in the military when they did the redux. So I'm talking the old military retirement system now, not the new one. Under the old military system, at 20 years, you're vested in your pension. You get 50% of your base pay for what's known as your top 36. So what you do is you take your top 36 years of pay, not your last 36, your top 36. So if you'd been demoted, you fucked up, you had to downgrade from an officer to enlisted because of a job field going away, whatever. 50% of the average of your top 36. But if you stayed over 20, every year after 20 that you stayed, you got 2.5% added to your paycheck. So if you stay in the military, if you're a chief and your high year of tenure is 30 years, you stay in for 30 years, you get 75% of your top 36. That's not a bad deal, but in order to get to 30 years, you got to be a chief. Everybody else has a high year of tenure with some AFSC exceptions. Now, under the military had this payment where they would give you a $30,000 cash bonus. And instead of getting 50%, you only got 40%. But for every year you stayed in over 20, you got 3.5%. Great. Where in the fuck does getting a $30,000 one-time payment help you? Because if you were making $5,000 a month under the 50% system, you would get $2,500 a month. If you took the redux, you'd get $2,000 a month. Well, every 2 months is $1,000. So it's only a couple of years of retirement, and you're now looking at that money like, oh shit, I fucked up. A lot of people told me, oh, I took it because I had bills. Really? Were those interest rates 92%? Because that's the only way that makes fucking sense. I like the sink or swim type society. I like sink or swim. I like there being a competitive, scalable nature of society, because I was born the youngest son of an Irish immigrant, and I was taught my whole life that carpe diem, seize the day, not seize the means of production, seize the day. I do this show even though my health is deteriorating because I've motivated and inspired a dozen or so people to go out and do good things. Fuck, man. There is money to be made, but somebody needs to kick you in the ass. Does the retirement allow you to take other jobs? You can. Now, where you run into the rub is, I can't work. My pension is configured based on the fact that they broke me and they made me incompatible to work. I can do this. But like, if you were airing my show on Saturday, I fly off the fucking handle to stupid people. I can't handle dumb motherfuckers. Right? I can't. I cannot handle dumb motherfuckers. Because literally, there are people out there that are the worst kind of racist, sexist, bigots, because they'll say, I didn't say that, this person said it. No, if you repeated it, you said it. Problem is, you need a way to keep those from sinking, from grabbing on and dragging down those who are swimming. Question is, what costs the least and causes the least harm? Preventative measures or consequential measures? Well, here's the thing. You're right. But it's very difficult, other than crime, it's very difficult for you to latch on to somebody else and drag them down. While I was streaming, the person I'm helping, one of the 3 families I'm helping, the mom doesn't have money for the medication to treat the kid, so I just sent it to her. She'll send it back. It's the same $25 going back and forth all the time. She's there like, well, how do you know I'm not buying drugs or alcohol? If I catch you buying drugs or alcohol with the money I send you, it's easy for me. I just cut you off. We need to make a comfortable relationship rock bottom. We need to make a comfortable rock bottom. No, we don't. You know why rock bottom shouldn't be comfortable? And I know it sounds trite, but I'm going to go with it anyway. We don't need to make rock bottom comfortable because every morning crackheads wake up and they hustle enough to get enough to get their hit. I told you guys about the client I had. I got the client into a drug rehabilitation program so that they didn't go to jail. When they got there, a day later, I got a phone call. I had to go up because I was their advocate. I had to go see him. They were willing to get off the crack, but they said they were never going to get clean of heroin. So I went to my client and I said, what the fuck did you say to them? Man, I want to get off this crack because this crack is no good for me, but I'm always going to do that heroin. I said, but you told me you would get clean of drugs if I got you into this program. Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to get clean of heroin. Okay, hang tight. Walked back in. I said, just call the police. Just tell them that they're a refuse to commit to the program. Just call the police. There's an active warrant to pick them up if they're anywhere but this program. It will not help with crime. Come on, buddy, it won't help with crime. There are people that commit crimes that don't need to. They want to. Then 80 to 90% would be living at rock bottom with no intent to grow. I don't think it would be 80 to 90%, but I do think that you would have a bunch of people in society unwilling to grow. I don't think it would be 80 to 90%, but it certainly would be a lot. People are lazy. We talked about it a little bit last Friday before I had to boot the guy. There is a reason why they call them the 7 deadly sins. Sloth is a huge sin of why people are failing. You'd have a hard time convincing me that a majority of people that commit crime are doing it out of necessity. Oh no, a majority of people that are committing crime are doing it because they want to commit crime, because it's the path of least resistance. Absolutely. I don't think 80 to 90% of people would rest on their laurels if poverty wasn't so debilitating. If we gave everybody some sort of safety net. Some people are working really hard to crawl out of the hole they're in. The hole they're in is the system penalizes you more the deeper in the hole you get. Like, to give you a little insight about this person I'm helping, they get a $5 commission for every sale they make, and then over the course of the person's subscription, they get another $5 per subscription. That doesn't sound great. But if you think about it, they work an 8-hour day, $17 an hour, right? And if they get one sale an hour, that takes them up to $23 an hour. Easy peasy, right? Even with that, they can't get out of the hole they're in. So $23 an hour is $920 a week. At $920 a week, what this person has said to me is, I can live, but I can't get out of the hole. Person says, I'm 46 years old. I don't have the skill sets to get a better job than this. This person was a stay-at-home wife, a stay-at-home mom. Then the husband became a piece of shit, doesn't take care of his family, doesn't take care of his kids. She's got the best job that she can have for the situation that she's in. Like, think about it this way. 3 weeks ago, she had a kid home sick with the flu. This week, she's got a kid home sick with the flu. If she didn't work from home, she'd be fucked. Right? Because if she didn't work from home, she'd be paying a babysitter. I think there's a large portion of people who, if poverty was comfortable, they would stay in poverty. It incentivizes crime. California, where if you steal less than X dollar amount, there's essentially no repercussions. Right. The lack of find out isn't the same as necessity, but you're right. In California, people shoplift because there's no find out. You can fuck around, and if there's no find out, it's like I told you, working security at a mall, there were gypsies and them being gypsies is only relevant to the story because they were in fact gypsies. They worked the mall like every fourth day. They would literally walk in. They knew which stores had do not prosecute policies. I watched 2 of them walk in once, walk right into the store, pull out a big fucking trash bag. One of them held the trash bag open. The other one just swept probably 30, 40, 50 sweatshirts and sweaters into the bag, and they walked out. I followed them, and they literally turned around and said, there's no real need to follow us. And I said, well, we're playing the dice roll. I'm playing the dice roll that the police will get here before you get to the car. And they said, well, it doesn't matter. The police can't detain us because that store won't prosecute. Sometimes the cops would show up and get there and get the merchandise before they got it into the car. Other times they wouldn't. If the cops got there and got the merchandise before they got it in the car, the cops would stop them and they would say, they knew the law. They'd say, is the store pressing charges? And I would say to the officer, I say, on behalf of the mall, I need their names because I'm trespassing them. And they'd laugh about it. And they'd say, okay, we'll just send 2 different people here next time. They got a bigger penalty for violating the trespass order than they did for the shoplifting. Because if the store won't prosecute, and then they would get sometimes the store manager would come out and be like, that's our merchandise. The cop would say, are you pressing charges? Well, we can't. He's like, well, then I can't recover your merchandise for you. I can't take it away from them if you won't tell me it's stolen. Why would your corporate policy ever be, we do not prosecute shoplifters? Juice ain't worth the squeeze. Well, they wrote the policy because they didn't want to be going up to the fucking courthouse for $4.95 chapsticks. But these people just took over, $2,500 worth of sweaters. The only reason why it stopped is we had trespassed so many of them. You'd see them and you'd be like, yeah, roll me Orland Park Police to arrest for trespass. You had the same problem working security. I asked them, what is the point of my job as loss prevention if you're not going to prosecute? Right. Then there's no find out. I hope it's a publicly traded company, so I short them. Yeah. We're just a cooked society because everybody says I want society to be better. But then you ask them, what are you doing to make society better? And nothing. I was in the grocery store. I got up on Saturday. No, I got up yesterday. And I went to the grocery store and I got a steak for breakfast and pork chops for dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached a critical turning point in our society. There is something fucked. There is something fucked right now in our society, and I don't know how it can be this fucked. 0.84 of a pound of steak was $12. A pound and a quarter of pork chops was $4. I like this little family market that's in my town. They treat me really well. They're the people who like help cater my holidays. I treat them really, really well. I never take advantage of them because it's a small owned business. I walked in and I bought these 2 things and I wasn't even paying attention. I had my Metas on. I was listening to music and the kid said 1676. And I was like, how can that be? I have 2 pounds of meat. And he's like, yeah, but your steak is this and your, or you have 3 pounds of meat. It's like, your steak is 12, but your pork chop's only 406. Correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't pork chops, grumpy old man, am I like misremembering the 70s and the 80s? Weren't pork chops in the 70s and the 80s the alternative, more expensive once in a while treat? And ground beef was like $4. Sirloin was like $4. Pork used to be, in my memory, pork used to be more expensive than ground beef and cheap cuts of steak. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm delusional. But pork, a pound and a quarter of pork for $4. McDonald's taking all the beef. Taking out all the beef plant workers, migrant workers who won't come here to work, illegal aliens who are, they gotta go. It's a measly 720 million pounds a year. Yeah, but the problem with that is McDonald's isn't using steak. McDonald's isn't using steak that would be cut into good cuts of like New York strip for hamburgers. McDonald's doesn't own cattle farms where they grind up 100% of the cow for ground beef. McDonald's buys their ground beef. For the 1-inch chop, yeah, but for the 1/4-inch chop that come in like a pack of 8, no. Okay. But yeah, everybody is suffering right now. If everybody is suffering, why do we have a problem saying, why is MAGA unable to turn around and say, okay, shit, yeah, he's wrong. Yeah, time to start hunting again. We're just about there, right? Trump threatens completely obliterating Iranian infrastructure as possible escalation looms. From this morning. The president threatened strikes against Iran's electrical generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island, even as suggests great progress has been made on negotiation. Does Donald Trump not realize that Iran can see his fucking posts? President Donald Trump threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants in a post to Truth Social Monday morning. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait... Oh my God, you fucking illiterate bastard. It's not the Hormuz Strait, it's the Strait of Hormuz. Is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electrical generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization. Which we have purposely not yet touched. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Guys, you can't openly say you're going to commit war crimes. You can't say I'm going to commit war crimes. Deliberate attacks on desalinization plants, which convert salt water into potable water, are crucial to life-sustaining life in the region, would be a major escalation that could constitute a war crime under international law. Iran has also threatened to target civilian infrastructure and in some other Arabian nations. Politico, do fucking better. It is Arabian nations or Middle Eastern nations. It is not Arab nations. You fucking racists. You fucking bigots. After Trump's initial threats last week, Iranian parliament speaker, I ain't even gonna fucking try that, warned that if Iran's power plants and infrastructures are targeted, Iran would retaliate by targeting vital infrastructure across the region. Okay, can we all just be honest for a second? Iran is a better terrorist organization than the United States is? But there's no agency to enforce any of these war crimes against the US. At best, they have harsh criticism. Well, you're right. And what we're going to see here very quickly, well, from an we aren't members of the International Criminal Court. We've never relinquished jurisdiction. But you know, Donnie Boy got to be careful here, because Donnie Boy may find himself rocking some orange jumpsuit shit again. No, believe it or not, you can blow up a nuclear reactor or disable a nuclear reactor by not blowing up the nuclear reactor part.
When you're right, you're right.
So what you would do in that situation is, so here's your nuclear power plant, and almost immediately off the power plant is your distribution grid. You don't hit this, you hit these. They'd still be generating power at a nuclear power plant, but they have no way to distribute it. So then it's useless. It's like having a refrigerator with a lock on it. Well, I can unplug it. I can't get into it, but I can unplug it. I can make all the food go bad. I can't steal the food, but I can make it useless. But Donald Trump doesn't understand that they don't give a shit. Threaten them some more, man. You said that you would have the Russian-Ukraine war dealt with in one day. Putin don't give a shit about your ass. If they have to shut down the plant if they couldn't distribute the power for use. Yes. They would have to throttle down the power production because it's got to go somewhere. Absolutely. Yeah, transformers and distribution lines leaving the plants. The last thing you want to do, though, is destroy a nuclear power plant the wrong way, because it'll go critical and then it'll spew radiation everywhere. Shit, man. Scottish Islands had to kill all their sheep and goat after Chernobyl went critical because it blew radiation into the atmosphere. And although they took all the animals inside, when they let them out and they were eating the grass was irradiated. The problem is, I would love to sit down with Donald Trump and be like, have you read a book other than your own? Have you read a book that isn't written C spot C Dick C Jane C spot Dick Jane? You know, it was the last book you read, The Giving Tree. Did you not get the message? You were forbidden to pick mushrooms up until the late 90s because of Chernobyl in Germany. Really? Germany has got to be all upset, man. We're about to be in the middle of the Third World War and nobody wants to draft Germany onto their side. Germany's like, but world wars, it's what we do best. And everybody's like, no, you're sitting this one out. You don't get to play. America's like, we can't have Germany on our side because it would make us feel like the bad guys. Got bad news for you, bro. We right now are the fucking bad guys.
When you're right, you're right.
What the? Yeah, we'll find a way to attack Poland again, don't worry. But they're your allies. We're hardwired. During world wars, we must invade Poland. It's a requirement.
We've been given the green light to bomb the US. Now we just have to decide where to drop it. Any ideas?
How about New York?
Now what, and solve their crime and trash problem? No, not New York.
We could hit Chicago.
Now what, and cut their murder rate in half? No, not Chicago.
Los Angeles?
What, and solve homelessness? And for what purpose? To prevent Fast and Furious 19?
We could do Baltimore.
Or Philadelphia? Detroit?
No. God, there's gotta be somewhere we can hit that doesn't make them stronger.
We could destroy the farmland.
Gates is already doing that.
Minneapolis?
Whose team are you even on? God, America's genius. Ruin their major cities just enough where attacking them doesn't make sense.
We could bomb Disney World.
Look, America may be our enemy, but we're not animals, okay?
Sick bastard.
I don't know, maybe just Epcot then?
Wait, I got it. We'll poison the food supply. Bang, bitch.
Sir, they're already doing that themselves.
Oh, God.
Like, I saw that and I just had to fucking marvel at that. What in America, like, what do we have? Like, that kind of is what threw me, part and parcel of what threw me into such a negative mental state yesterday. I started playing the opposition. My CK3 side is showing again. Where are the strategic targets to hit in America? Our people are fucking miserable. Our people are fucking living in poverty. Where are you gonna hit? What? If no matter where you hit, it helps us. Oh, somebody fucking bombed the shit out of Chicago. Oh no. We'll rebuild. And thank you for killing a bunch of innocent people that now we don't need to feed. That we don't need to house. I saw that and my brain was just like, fuck, damn. That's like, you've got Americans who don't have food. Don't have food. People that can't feed their kids. I've been there. I've been to that level of poor. I've been the level of poor where I'm in an Aldi and I have to put food back. And a person behind me happened to see, I was a reservist. They saw my green military ID card. And they tapped me on the shoulder and they handed me $5. They said, that'll cover the stuff that you put off. And I got to my car and right then, I sat in my car and I was just like, fuck, we need to, it's not like I'm gonna pick myself up tomorrow. I'm not gonna get a book. I'm not next week. Fuck, man, I just had to have somebody else give me I'm that fucking poor. Nope, that doesn't work for me. Nobody wanted to hire a reservist to be a teacher because they were all afraid that I was gonna get deployed and then they'd be out of teacher. They can't legally tell me that. USERRA means they can't do that. No, USERRA just means they can't say that. As I've said before, when you have 100 applicants for a job, what are they going to do? Say, yeah, you're the most qualified candidate and we'd really love to hire you. But we're going to federally fuck ourselves by saying it's because of USERRA. Some people gave me the advice 25 years ago. Well, just don't tell people that, or 23 years ago, don't tell people that you're a reservist. How the fuck do you think that's going to work if something's going on the weekend and I can't be there if it's my drill weekend? Then they can fire me because of employment under false pretense. Because as a reservist, you have a monthly commitment. But yeah, that video that I saw, shit, we bombed their cities. We bombed their... What? We'll bomb their schools. Okay? Most of them are shit anyway.
We've been given the green light.
What else we got? Oh, this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how fucking depraved our news media has gotten.
Army Major was reportedly drugged and bitten by strippers in Poland. Will that affect the U.S. military's footprint in that country? This was a story. It is a major story, and it happened in Gdansk.
Jeff, I don't know anything about that story. I'll have a look at it. I'm not going to take that question. But
please take that.
Jeff, no, Jeff, just let me state clearly we have a strong military relationship with Poland.
Okay, here's the thing. That video story is going around. It's from 2021. It's going around again. It's from 2021, but it was actually, here's the story. An army major was allegedly drugged and bitten by strippers during a drunken escapade in Poland. An Army Aviation Battalion apparently recreated parts of The Hangover during a recent deployment to Poland in September of 2020. Major Matthew Connor, an executive officer for the 1st Battalion of the 101st Combat Aviation Brigade, went missing after a night of drinking and was later suspected of being drugged and bitten by strippers at an off-limits nightclub. But it's going around again and people are thinking that it's current. But what's even better is, why was a fucking army major at an off-limits establishment? The picture I showed of a couple of days ago of a town you live near looking like a third world country says it all. Yeah. Yeah. When I can show you pictures of a town, when I show you this and you say, oh shit, Palestine looks terrible, and I say, that's not Palestine, that's Illinois. We've got a fucking problem in our country that needs to be resolved. This is literally terrible. Looks like Detroit. Looks like parts of Atlanta. Grumpy Old Man and I, because I drive through Atlanta a lot and he's there, Atlanta traffic fucking sucks. Atlanta traffic sucks. But you deal with it. You deal with it. You deal with Atlanta freeway traffic. Because if you don't know Atlanta, you don't try to drive through the city streets in Atlanta, because one wrong turn and you in the way wrong fucking neighborhood, and you don't want to get a flat tire or your car die in some of these bad neighborhoods. Friend of mine a couple of years ago did that shit. The highway was backed up. They jumped off the highway. The car broke down. They were in East St. Louis. They called me and they said, I'm fucked. I said, why? They said, my car broke down in East St. Louis. I'm like, You're calling me and I've told you to stay the fuck out of there? I will drive there, get you in the car and leave. I'm not waiting for no fucking tow truck. No. I'm not no. Because I tell people that's the one place I will not fucking launch a search and rescue mission for. Well, I got off the highway and then you're dumb because you would have been safer on the highway. There are tow truck companies that won't go into East St. Louis. Fuck no. No, they won't. A lot of times you call the police and you say, I'm broken down. Someone will come in, sit with you, not in East St. Louis. Cops are like, we're not staying static. We'll keep driving around. We'll keep you in, we'll try to do our roving patrol and keep you in eyesight, but we're not fucking sitting next to you. We'll pick you up, take you to the station. When the tow truck gets your car, yeah, your car won't be there and it won't be there. You'd rather be stuck in 6 lanes of non-moving highway traffic than take the side streets downtown. Yeah. My thoughts on the No Kings protest turnout. Here's my thing about the No Kings protest. More than 8 million people turned out. Congratulations. For what? For what? What was the point of the No Kings protest? You motivated 8 million people to go out and protest. And yet everything Donald Trump is doing are powers that he's bending but not breaking that the Constitution gives him. Yeah, I agree with the premise, no kings, no Trump takeover. But every president gets these powers. If we don't want Donald Trump to have these powers, then let's take these powers away from all presidents. I am all for getting rid of the War Powers Act. I am all for getting rid of the War Powers Act. I don't think any president needs it. Because if military members are in a foreign country, then Congress should have already approved those military members to be in that foreign country, and therefore the president needs no further authority in order to protect those individuals. I am too employed to protest. Unfortunately, 8 million people don't have that problem. If those clowns were in their countries whose flags they were waving, they wouldn't have been able to do the protest. I will jump on that one. I'm at the point right now where if you fly a flag in this country other than the American flag, I just want ICE to scoop you up. With some exceptions. Cinco de Mayo, you can have Mexican flags out. St. Patrick's Day, you can have Irish flags out. Right? I think we can all agree with that. Kazimierz Pulaski Day, we can have the Polish flag out. No problem. But the rest of the time, you're waving a Palestinian flag, scoop you up, free trip to Palestine. Waving a Jewish flag, pick you up, free transport to Israel. I don't... The American Constitution is what gives you the freedom to peaceably assemble. But my question is, when did people get so fucking dumb? When you go to No Kings and you go to about No Kings. In June, we did what many claimed was impossible. Peacefully mobilized millions of people to take to the streets and declare one voice, America has no kings. And it mattered. Oh, it mattered? Really? So last year, you did No Kings rally. The world saw the power of the people. President Trump's birthday parade was drowned out by protests in every state and across the globe. His attempt to turn June 14th into a coronation collapsed, and the story became the strength of a movement rising against his authoritarian power grabs. Since then, he's continued to tariff, he sent ICE into numerous states, and he started a whole war. Please shut the fuck up that your rally mattered. Please shut the fuck up, because no, it didn't. In fact, I would argue that the No Kings protests are intentionally aggravating and provoking a bully. And the problem with aggravating and provoking a bully is unless you have a bigger bully of your own in your pocket, then he's going to respond because Donald Trump is a narcissistic megalomaniac. You hurt his image, so he'll respond accordingly. Hold on, I have cat crying. Oh, hello. Came to get me? Did Timmy fall in the well? Did you wake up from a nap? Did you wake up from a nap? You took a morning nap and all your brothers are sleeping now? You got nobody to play with? Well, it's nap time now. You took your nap too early. Nothing up there. Aw, Thank you. Can you go find somebody to play with? If I were put in charge of fixing the president's powers and how he should run the country, what would I do to fix it? That's a great question. Number one, I would take away the power of executive order. But I would give the president already has the right to convene both houses of Congress. I would take away executive order. I would allow the president to convene both parties of Congress and come in with a clean bill and ask for an immediate up-down vote of a clean bill. And by a clean bill, I mean single focus. Can't be like national security and have like 19 sub things. President Jalon today called a joint session of Congress to fund TSA immediately at the pre-existing levels. The source of funding, President Jalon has asked that we're going to take all of the money that comes from airline tickets and start the TSA fund, the TSA trust. All that money on your plane tickets can only go into the TSA. Members of Congress, here's what I want to do. I want to reopen the TSA. I want to create a TSA trust. All the money comes in from the airport ticket fees goes into that trust. TSA agents get paid out of that. We will continue to put money into that trust until that fund is self-sustaining. When that fund becomes self-sustaining and it has 3 years of operating money in it, we will start to gradually reduce all of the security-related airline ticket fees so that it gets the boot off the back of the Americans. So we take away the executive orders, but the president has the right to call in and get an immediate up-down vote. Now, of course, he's got to send the plan ahead of time so that they can think about it, but the president no longer can just write executive order. Executive orders would become how the president decides we're going to follow the new laws. And then executive orders have to immediately go to the Supreme Court, primary jurisdiction. My interpretation of this new law is this. So Congress, inside of one of their many laws, says all military service members have to have twice a year sexual assault prevention training. So the president takes that new requirement and he translates that to Executive Order SA 0001. My new executive order on sexual assault is that immediately all military members within the next 30 days will recomplete the sexual assault, the SAPR training, sexual assault prevention and response training that's already available. In the next year, I am directing the Pentagon to develop 2 courses. One time a year, every military service member will have to take a computer-based training. The other time of the year, they will have to take in-person, face-to-face classroom training that will be no less than 4 hours. Go to the Supreme Court. Ladies and gentlemen of the Supreme Court, honorable justices, there is a requirement in a law that doesn't have specificity. This executive order seeks to apply specificity to a very vague requirement. Does this new executive order for my military satisfy the law? If the justices say yes, that's it, it's over. If the justices say no, then the president can say, well, honorable justices, if my plan doesn't meet the requirement, I would ask then that this bill, this line, be struck as unconstitutional and send this part of the bill back to Congress so they can attempt to apply specificity. Then the Supreme Court could say, you're right, we're striking it unconstitutional, or no, it's still constitutional, but here's our suggestions for how it should be applied. And the president says, I don't agree with those suggestions. Okay, since we can't reach an agreement, then yes, now we strike it as unconstitutional. So then the Supreme Court, today, the Supreme Court has ruled that the sexual assault section of the new Title X appropriations bill is unconstitutional. The rest of the bill remains, but Congress will now have to argue about this section. And then what would happen is Congress would have to start writing smaller bills, more pointed targets to fix their mistakes. Right now, Congress can pass a 1,500-page bill littered with mistakes. Can an executive order ever be shot down? Yes, but it's a very time-consuming process. An executive order, because of the way the Supreme Court works, an executive order has to be enacted before it can be challenged. And in order to block them, somebody has to bring a lawsuit. And where we've got the interesting problem is, and it's been in Trump's presidency that his horrible mismanagement has fixed an error. So you have the United States, and you have all these different circuit courts. Well, what we've had up until Trump's presidency is the president passes an executive order. And in a very democratic, liberal court in New York, they say this is against the law. So what it does is it makes it illegal in every district. And now what we're starting to see is the Supreme Court pushing back and saying, no, that's our job. Your job is to say it's now illegal in that district. Well, you would need lawsuits filed in all these other districts citing the New York case as precedent. But the only judicial organization that should be able to say something is unconstitutional on a national level is the Supreme Court. But yes, executive orders can be challenged. And what I don't like is that the next president can overturn a previous president's executive orders. That's why I think take away the right of the executive order, let the president convene Congress and say, I've got this one topic thing that I'd like an immediate up-down vote on. Why? Because then the American people would see, today President Jalan went into Congress and asked for every child in America to be fed 2 meals a day at school. He brought with him a way to fund it, and this is the way people voted. Could you imagine the change in the American political landscape if the president could go into Congress and say, this is the thing I want to fix today, and I had my team of people put together the way to fix it, and you're now saying you're the representative from Chicago, and you're saying that Chicago public school kids shouldn't get fed? Wait till you get home and you have to explain that to your constituency. Do I think the Supreme Court and Congress being an even amount of members, no tie, work it out with each other until it's resolved, no extra person to break a tie? No, because we would have to then understand. I would agree with no ties, so no compromise means it doesn't happen in Congress. The problem is, I agree with your idea and your mentality, but the Supreme Court already has to have the majority opinion and the minority opinion written and published. First of all, as I've said, I would like to see the Supreme Court capped at 7. I would like to see the Supreme Court capped at 7 with an 8th alternate for Chief Justice. If the president is a Democrat, he's obviously going to tap in the Democrat Chief Justice. The Republican Chief Justice sits over there. And then you have 3 Democratic justices and 3 Republican justices. And then if for some reason this Republican has to recuse themselves and they can't hear the case, then this Democrat also has to recuse themselves and they can't hear the case. We should have 7 so that it can always collapse down. I think if we balanced it that way, then we wouldn't have justices sitting on the bench for 8 years past lifespan, where they're barely coherent just because they want to wait till their party's president, their party has the presidency again to control their seat, gets preserved by their party. Supreme Court justices in an perfect ideal world would shed all party affiliation. You would no longer be like your Chief Justice Bob. You're no longer allowed to say, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. You've been charged with one of the most important jobs in the country. You are now a Supreme Court justice. These are the things you stand for. Do I agree with our presidential immunity? No. Presidential immunity should only exist for those actions taken that are presidential in nature and in good faith. You executed your job in good faith. For example, Congress declares war on narco-terrorisms. Not me as the president running around killing Venezuelan fishermen. Congress declares war on narco-terrorists. Okay, so I give an order to the U.S. Navy to stop, seize, and inspect Venezuelan boats because Congress has formally declared war on narco-terrorists. The Navy, in its attempt to board a vessel, the vessel fires upon the Navy vessel and it flees. So they call in and they say permission to just wax the motherfucker. And I say granted. I shouldn't be eligible to be prosecuted for that. Because I have a declaration of war from Congress. We tried to board the vessel. We tried to inspect the vessel. The rules of engagement say, I'm at war with you, I can kill you anyway, but I tried to follow international law and board you and inspect you. You ran away, but I'm at war with you, so a fleeing enemy can still be killed. Congratulations, you're dead. Well, we're going to put President Jalan in jail for murder of those Venezuelan fishermen. No, he's got presidential immunity. It's kind of like qualified immunity. Did you go through the checklist? Yes. Were you on the righteous side of the checklist? Yes. You can't be prosecuted. Cop comes into your house on a warrant and shoots you. Did he have a no-knock warrant? Yes. Did he enter without knocking? Yes. Did you point a weapon at him? Yes. Did he shoot and kill you? Yes. No prosecution. He had a no-knock warrant. He entered. You were a threat. He neutralized the threat. Qualified immunity stays in place. They don't have a no-knock warrant. They have a standard search warrant. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. They bang on the door twice, and then they bust in. I'm coming down the stairs. I drop the first 2 officers with, triple aught through the body armor, and the third one I wound. Third one retreats, and then all of a sudden we have a standoff, and I pick up the phone 911. What the fuck, man? People just broke in my front door, and what the fuck? And then like, dude, you just killed 2 police officers. What the fuck, man? It's 2:15 in the morning. Why are police officers breaking through my front door? Well, they had a warrant. Yeah, I heard the doorbell ring. I was on my way to the door. And then I heard my door get kicked in. Well, now you got a problem. Because did I commit a crime? The answer is no. The officers lost their qualified immunity when they didn't give a reasonable amount of time for a homeowner to get to the door. So they're going to be like, yeah, we rang the doorbell and we saw a bedroom light come on, and 5 seconds later we kicked in the door. The judge is going to be like, hold up. So you rang the doorbell, you saw a bedroom light go on, and a person was clearly awoken by that, and you waited 5 seconds? Well, we had no idea what was going on. Well, what was the floor plan of the house? Well, we didn't have it. Then, hold on. Why were you executing a non-critical search warrant, arrest warrant, whatever, at 2 o'clock in the morning? That's the time you do no-knock warrants. Because the likelihood is you want to catch them by surprise. There's no reason the U.S. Navy should be doing that. Yes, the U.S. Navy has to be the one doing that. The United States Coast Guard can't operate outside of national waters unless we are officially at war, and we bring the Coast Guard from the Department of Homeland Security back into the now Department of War. The U.S. Coast Guard can't be down in Venezuelan waters unless multiple things have happened. Even if we declare war, that doesn't mean the Coast Guard automatically becomes a Department of War asset. The U.S. Navy conducts operations outside of territorial waters. The Coast Guard, unless they've specifically been brought back from DHS, they operate domestically. The Coast Guard has a terrible dual hat role because they have to follow U.S. law. And even if we are at war, they have to be told we're sliding you under a different heading. And even if they get slid under that different heading, they have to do, they have to treat each situation appropriately. Well, yeah, we shouldn't be fucking with people in international waters unless we're following international law. But we like to do it. The TSA situation is unacceptable. If our government cannot come up with solutions, they have to shut down. There should be consequences. You're right. The situation with TSA right now is unacceptable. I personally believe that there should be no government organization that is told, if the government shuts down, you still have to come to work and we'll eventually pay you. If the rule set said, without a line of appropriations, people can't work, because without a line of appropriation, your agency has no ability to incur debt, then we wouldn't have these situations, because as of midnight, TSA is just going to walk off the job. When the government closes at midnight tonight, when this section of the government closes, we're gone. We're leaving. Put whoever the fuck you want on the planes, airport, but we're not doing our job anymore. Like when they told the military back in like 13, oh, you're not going to be getting paychecks. What? How the fuck is the U.S. military not on its own line of accounting? Because if you guys understood how neurotic it is, we know what all of next year's dollar amount is to the fucking penny for payroll. Because we only have X number of slots for promotion. We only have X number of slots for acquisition of pipeline people. Like, when you're sitting in a personnel meeting at the highest levels, they're not saying shit like it's going to be approximately $242 billion in payroll. They're like, it's going to be $241,951,432.71, according to this sheet. How we can't know that we have to pay these people? Like, I'm on a 6-year contract. You know you have to pay me for the next 6 fucking years. Where's the surprise part? Where's the, oh shit, the military should be on its own line of accounting. Homeland Security should be its own line of accounting. Now, well, what about acquisitions? They can be their own lines of accounting. Payroll for all these government departments should be their own budgets. Well, what we want to do is we want to have a disruption so that some people don't go to work, so we pay less. That's bullshit. Yeah, imagine every company doing the same. You work now and I pay you whenever. Can a president just take advantage of the immunity and just say whatever they were doing was illegal? No. Because that's where you have the reasonable, that's where you have the reasonable and understood, right? So the president says, well, first of all, what I want to remind people of, the police aren't the ones that decide if what you're doing is legal or illegal. The president doesn't get to say what they're doing is illegal. What the president gets to do is put together a stack of briefs, go to a judge and say, I believe what they're doing is illegal. Please give me an arrest warrant. As I like to say to police officers that engage with me in stupid bullshit now, as I like to say, oh good, another contestant on the role of qualified immunity. When they give me this look, I was like, look, man, you do what you're gonna do, but I'm informing you right now, you're operating outside of your qualified immunity. So just ask yourself this question. Is what you're about to do worth your house, your car, and your bank account? Because those are the things I'll be coming after. And it's amazing to see some of them immediately change their tune. Some of them get way more aggressive and violent, and the other cop with them is like, whoa, back off. You get 2 cops there. One of them is the narcissistic, power tripping, I want to put your head through a windshield type of guy. The other is a good cop. You say, hey guys, we're going to play the qualified immunity game. The cop that actually gives a shit, he's like, hey man, back off, take a walk. What's the problem? Well, we had a report of suspicious person. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Is that felony or misdemeanor suspicious person? Well, we're just wondering if you could, I'm not in any way required to help you with your investigation. I don't want to help you with your investigation. I'm not a confidential informant and I'm not on your payroll. Am I free to go? No. Okay. You've now unlawfully detained me. Please articulate why you stopped me. The smart ones will say no, be on your way. It'll piss them off. They don't want to let you go, but they also know that every police officer knows the moment the person says, are you detaining me? You better have a legal reason to detain me. We're just having a conversation. Oh, it's consensual? Yes. Goodbye. Have a good day. The moment they say we're just talking, say, okay, I don't want to talk anymore. Have a good day. Start to leave. Then they have to make a decision. Because remember, if police officers have enough evidence to detain you, they're not going to ask you shit. They're just going to arrest you, read you your Miranda rights to try to make the bust righteous. If a cop says to you, we're just talking, he's going to have to, if you're doing your job right, you're not talking to the cop anyway. Yeah, cops don't fish if they have fact. Your lawyer is going to say, well, why were you asking him questions if you already had enough to arrest him? If you had enough to arrest him at this point, and this is if you have a good lawyer, the lawyer's going to say you had enough to arrest him at this point, but you led him to believe he was in a consensual conversation, and then you arrested him at this point. And your lawyer's going to say, I want everything talked about at that point thrown out. I want everything thrown out there because at this point, this is when they knew they should have read my client his Miranda rights. But it's also why I tell people the greatest thing in the world, the greatest gift you can give your defense attorney is the answer of nothing when they ask you the question, what did you say? Don't have your attorney's phone number in your phone. You should never, ever, ever be opening your phone. You shouldn't have biometric ability to open your phone. You should have in your phone case, and I don't want to pop this phone case off right now because it's one of those really obnoxious ones. Put your lawyer's card in your phone case. Or fucking put your lawyer's fucking card in your wallet. They arrest you. Let them arrest you. Once they've decided they're putting the cuffs on you, taking you to jail, you're going to fucking jail. Let them. When you get there. Hand them your lawyer's business card. I'm invoking my right to remain silent. I cannot uninvoke this right until I speak to my attorney. This is my attorney. Please make contact with them and tell them you're detaining me. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You are never going to talk yourself out of a terrible situation. You are never going to talk yourself out of an arrest, ever. Never. Because the police officer, once he knows he has enough to arrest you, he has to arrest you. He will arrest you, he will take you downtown, then he will try to question you. You are not smarter than the system. I am not smarter than the system. Jared Leto, who is a lawyer, is not smarter than the system. What does Jared Leto do when he gets sued? He hires a lawyer. I think the world would be better if we all learned that fact.
We've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the f up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the f up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the f up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the f up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the f up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the f up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the f up. Feds, call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the f up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the f up!
And that's advice that you got to give people. You got to give people the advice to shut the fuck up. Because you might say, oh, well, the cops haven't read me my rights yet, that anything I say isn't admissible. It's because the cop is going to have to sit for a hearing and the judge is going to decide at what point did the cop have enough. There's also a thing in law that we should be teaching at the high school level. It's called a spontaneous utterance. If the police officer is on scene and conducting their initial investigation and you blurt out, I did it, I killed him, you're under arrest. Well, you didn't read me my Miranda rights. At that time, I didn't have a suspect. And you said, I did it, I killed him. You might not be talking about this person, but you've just admitted to a murder. I'm taking you. Your lawyer is going to say, you're a dumb fuck. What happens if you take a religious vow of silence and end up in court? A religious vow of silence does not preclude you from communicating via written text. Some people have tried this, and what happens is the judge puts you on the stand, or you get called to the stand. The judge will turn and the judge will say, you have the right to invoke your Fifth Amendment right. You don't have the right to be in contempt of court. You hold up a sign that says, I've taken a vow of silence. Cool. You've just communicated with me. You can communicate that way with the court. We will give you all the time that you need to write your answers. Saw one the other day, live patrol, guys asked to get out of the car. Cop asked for his license. Guy says, I don't have drugs in the car. Cop said, I didn't ask. Guess what? Drugs found in the car. Yep. Fucking yep. Yeah. Saw the Timberlake arrest. He hung himself less than 15 seconds after the cop is telling him what he did wrong. He says, I'm sorry. Yeah. Need to add, stop recording your illegal activities and then putting them on social media. Also, I keep saying this. If this thing opens with your face, you're a fucking moron and you're lazy as shit. Your password is protected. Your biometrics are not. If you have a phone and the cop walks up to it, puts it in your face and it unlocks your phone, the cop can go through your phone. I don't agree with the Supreme Court ruling. But that's the ruling. The moment that ruling was made, my fingerprint and my iris scan went off my phone, and now I have a password. And they can spend all the fucking time they want in the world trying to get into my phone. And then when they finally do get into my phone, they're going to find out, shit, now we need a different 8-digit password because every application is closed and it's not the same 8-digit password. Good luck. I don't remember if that guy ended up in prison. I know he lost his pilot's license. We'll look up that one. Pleaded guilty to obstruction of a federal investigation. He was sentenced to 6 months in federal prison. He served the time, went in early 2024. He got released in 2024. The FAA revoked his prison license. So he probably spent less than 3 months in jail, but it's a federal conviction, so that impacts him for the rest of his life. I do like this comment right here. Oh, not that one. That is such a PvP server with your own police officers. Right. But we're living in a world right now where some people deserve the shitty life they have. Some people deserve it. Let's see. Oh. Can a bad alternator cause the Catholic converter to go bad? I will literally pay for your vasectomy. Not to derail you might have covered this. Heard you mention in a YouTube video, as someone who had or had seen the Intrepid deck for quarterly plans and investing, did I already cover that? No, I did not cover I did not cover the slide deck that Nephis just covered recently. The reason I did not is because when I was given that information, I elected to do something other with the information than personally profit from it. And because I did something other with the information than personally profit, I was told I could do the right thing and the noble thing and not personally profit from it, or I could personally profit from it, which would make it much harder for the lawyers that now have it to do something with it. I elected to contact lawyers and attorney generals with it because I think that what happened is fucking criminal, and because I thought it was criminal, I had to. I've talked about it loosely, but I've never shown it. And because I believe I'm the only person, I mean, nobody else has said they contacted lawyers with it. I don't want the lawyers to have it and then not be able to use it because they can't introduce it because I've tainted myself. Big shout out to Nefus for going over it. But I took a path of I don't give a shit about my content creator money, so it would make me hypocritical to have years said I don't care about my content creator money, but I want you to I want you to suddenly now follow me or donate to me or whatever. I don't personally need the money. My charity organization I'm trying to found needs it, but I'm not going to found the charity organization until I actually have a revenue stream. But great question. I'll always take questions like that. Hope this goes to trial and they stream it. Oh, no. If this goes to trial, if this actually goes to a meaningful trial, I'm flying out to California with my press credentials. Because unless they motion to seal the hearing, and even if they do, I don't think there's going to be a lot of big journalism industries trying to cover it, but journalists can always get access to the courtroom, and I have well-established press credentials. So, here's my press pass, and can I come in? And they'll say, yep, come on in. Now they'll say I can't have a camera, I can't have a recorder. That's cool. I don't need that. I just want to sit there as Steven bullshits so that I can then at the end of the day write an article and fucking put the quotes where he bullshitted. He needs to go to jail. He deserves to go to jail. You don't fuck over your employees, man. I'll be laughing and celebrating too much. Fortunately, my time in my military has taught me how to lock it up and shut the fuck up. So, if Steven generally thinks he's in the clear, would it be in his interest to have the case publicly accessible? That's a lot of reputational damage he's thinking he can clear up. Sure, I'll take that one. So the problem here is Steven Sharif bullshitted, and what he said, you all need to be patient because as more and more stuff comes out, I'm gonna end up vindicated. And I'm like, okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he's telling the truth. All right. So here's what I want you to see. First of all, this is the company that said, we do no marketing. $550,000 in marketing. What? Automobile expense? Why do you have automobile expenses? What sort of dumb monkey has automobile expenses out of their company when you said you weren't taking compensation. Steven thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. He's one of the dumbest motherfuckers in the room, because if you're taking automobile expenses, you have to attribute that to your personal income. So now this line right here, this line right here is, you're federally fucked, man. You're federally fucked because you lied. You more than likely lied on your taxes. You and John got $3 million in 5 years, but did you pay? But this is where you knew that everything went. Yeah, your automobile expenses are on par with your computer equipment. But this one right here, you valued the Ashes of Creation code base at $0. What? What the fuck? How the motherfuck did you even remotely run your business this way? Like, and when before somebody says, well, oh, Steven has millions of dollars and you don't. Yeah, I also didn't sell Zango to people. I didn't sell a product to people that I knew wasn't going to cure their cancer. PGN Music, I have out there a master record of what every song is worth. How do I choose to evaluate my songs? Because I haven't made back all the money I've put in yet. All the money you've all put in. It's real simple. What did I pay for the song? The song is worth that much. Then I know how much that particular song has brought in. So I know what the song is worth, plus or minus what it's brought in equals a dollar amount. I have a lot of songs, like this whole set of lo-fi tracks. They haven't made any money. So I have an asset that has a negative value. Well, you can't do that. Yes, I can. Because my asset library, I know what the base cost is. The base cost for each song was $50. But it hasn't made any money yet, which means it's a drag down on the total assets. 4 of my songs on Spotify have over 100,000 plays. They've made profit. Hey, look at that. A resub, which means soon we'll be getting more music. I don't know where my federal fucking tax return is. But what Steven did, Steven's gonna go to jail. If anybody deserves to go to jail, it's Steven. And then I hope what happens is, I hope Robert Dawson gets found in contempt of court for what he did with moving the IP back to Intrepid Studios. I think Kira's newest video was very, very spot on. Kira's latest video, he did an amazing job. He said, you did this. This action pretty much nullifies the California court case, but you did it in violation of the TRO because the IP had a third-party custodian. And he's absolutely right. If the judge says, here's a TRO, you don't do shit, and then you do shit, even if you did the right thing, a TRO is translated to Mother May I. The courts issue a TRO. Then you go to the court and say, Mother May I, although we don't think we're wrong, in order to be respectful of the court's time, we don't think we were wrong, but what we're willing to do is move the IP back to Intrepid Studios with the court's permission, which then should streamline most of this argument. And then the courts say, well, the next several weeks of hearings would either A, maintain the status quo, which you would argue for, or return the IP to Intrepid Studios, which is what Steven would argue for. We accept your condition that you're not admitting that you did anything wrong, but you're willing to go back through and make sure it's done right. So we grant that. What's Steven's side gonna do? Argue they just got what they wanted? But where Dawson is smart is if Stephen's people aren't ready with step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6, 7, 12, they might get caught with their pants down and say, oh shit, now we got what we wanted, but we don't want what we got. So yeah, Kira was 100% spot on.
This just in. Shit's all fucked up. Everything is bad, and experts agree it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yep. This is about 2026 for you.
Shit's all fucked up. Everything is bad, and experts agree it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yep. That's 2026.
Target just announced it is pulling back from New York. And when city and state officials demanded answers, the CEO answered in detail. What followed wasn't a corporate apology. It was a point-by-point breakdown of why one of America's largest retailers says New York no longer works for them financially. The response has divided business leaders, policy experts, and everyday New Yorkers who depend on those stores. The closures didn't come out of nowhere. Target confirmed it is closing or downsizing multiple New York locations across the 5 boroughs and surrounding suburbs. Workers at affected stores were notified with limited lead time. For many, it was the first sign that their jobs were at risk. For the neighborhoods around those stores, neighborhoods where affordable retail options are already scarce, it was another blow to an already strained economic environment. Some of these workers had been with the company for years, building seniority, benefits, and financial routines around a job they had no reason to believe was at risk. The short notice didn't just create uncertainty, it created an immediate crisis for households that had no backup plan in place. Target's presence in New York wasn't built overnight. The company spent years and hundreds of millions of dollars establishing a footprint in one of the world's most competitive retail markets. Urban format stores, smaller layouts optimized for dense neighborhoods, expanded grocery sections, digital integration. Target positioned itself as a modern retailer capable of thriving in high-cost urban environments. The closures now raise serious questions about whether that bet ever paid off. At the time, the expansion looked like a strategic masterstroke.
Sounds like a really good video, right? Sounds like this person is going on and on. People are all up in arms. People are outraged. Target's not closing fucking stores in New York. Target is closing on Easter. That's it. Target is closing some targeted stores. Target is not closing all of its New York stores. Target is ending its partnership with one particular beauty company, but Target is opening stores. They're closing every New York location for one day. The problem here is social media is, and it's not even social media, it's sensationalist media. Every Target across New York to close its doors soon. New Yorkers are told to stock up now. In just over a month, every Target store across New York State will close for one day. In approximately 5 weeks, Target plans to close all its locations for 24 hours. A nationwide blackout on Easter Sunday will close all of its stores across the United States. That's it. That's it. That's fucking it. They're giving their employees Christmas or Easter day off. What we have is people are too dumb to justify being offended anymore. Like, you're mad about everything. You're mad about everything. And then when you break stuff down, you don't even have anything to be mad about. Normally they don't close completely, but they have shorter hours. But what they found out is having shorter hours doesn't It actually costs them more money than they make. Helping people with their children. What do you do with a kid that won't take their medicine because it tastes bad? Tell them the next time you're going to tell the doctor to give them a shot in the ass so they can go back to school right away. If your children don't want to take their antibiotics because they don't like how they taste, buy a Cillin in the butt. You'll be better in 24 hours. A rational argument, unfortunately, is not a cure for helping an irrational person. You're right. And I have this argument with people a lot. I will never apologize for being educated. I will never apologize for having over 300 college credit hours in graduate and undergraduate education. That will never happen. I will never apologize for my level of education. I am not making, here's me, and I'm talking at this level. This is the level I'm talking at. I am not talking down to you. I am talking at this level. If you don't understand this level, get the fuck up here. Get the fuck up here. Get up here. Get the fuck up here. But when people say, you're talking down to me, the only thing I have to say to them is, well, academically, you are down there. And then they get all offended. They get mad. I'm like, well, do you have a graduate degree? No. Do you have any bachelor's degree? No. Then you have a high school diploma and I have an MA. Get the fuck up here. Get up here. I'm not talking down to you. But at the same time, I'm not going to, I can't have a graduate level education discussion with you if I don't explain some things and I correct you on the things you don't know. People get mad. They don't like to be corrected. Well, then be fucking right. Then don't be mistaken. Don't be mistaken. I went to a job interview just before the military decided that they were going to give me everything I needed to survive. And the one I was going to be eligible to teach in the fall. And the one principal was like, you have 8 associate's degrees? I said, yeah, I have 8 associate's degrees. I said, every single thing that's on my teaching certificate, I have an associate's degree in. I'm a master teacher. In the state of Illinois, you have to have X number of contact hours to be considered a master teacher. Well, I have... Once you have your core requirement of your undergraduate degree done, you just keep collecting undergraduate degrees like the fucking Pokemon. It's your base education plus 5 classes. It's like when you take introduction to sociology and then modern sociology topics, then you take 3 more classes and you have an associate's degree because you already had one. The teacher was like, well, damn, we'd love to have you. Then the military said, how about we give you 75% of your pension and you never work again? The VA was like, how about we give you a kicker and you stay home? I say, sounds good. Why are you doing that? I said, because you're going to snap off the handle one day and kill somebody. Oh, yeah, probably true. It's a harsh but fair assessment of me. Becoming clear on what you know and what you don't know is the first step to ending the bullshit loop. Not knowing something is not a weakness. Right. Right. It's degree breadth over specialization. Yeah. Yes. I am never going to look at my nephew and tell him, oh, on that next quadruple bypass you do, you should consider the Miyamoto Musashi technique. I would never even think to correct my nephew on being a cardiothoracic surgeon, because I don't know what the fuck. I've been in the room while those surgeries are performed because a piece of equipment is questionable. Yeah, it's why it's hard arguing with you. I know a lot. But for example, I would never argue with War. If I said something about the Army and Warhead said, you don't have that right, I wouldn't argue with Warhead. If I argued about something with the Navy, that's also, the Navy I don't know very much of, because the Navy is kind of like its own silo. The Army, I've worked with the Army, I've worked with the Marines, I've worked with the, obviously with the Air Force day in and day out. I don't know shit all about being on boat. I didn't want to be on a boat. I didn't want to look like I was the good humor man in the summer and like I was going to invade Poland in the winter. That's why I didn't join the Navy. Oh, that's what she wanted earlier. Brought me a ball and I didn't see it. I think I heard somewhere that any given person and every person that the given person knows put together makes up about 2% of all human knowledge. I don't know if he said that, but most people know what they know, and most people think they know more than they do. Baby boomers are especially bad about this one. Baby boomers are really bad about thinking they know and they don't know. They're problematic. They're problematic little fuckers, let me tell you.
Target just announced.
So we covered the Target bullshit video. Oh no. I covered them all. Shit. Some people take it personally when they're corrected, and I don't get that. It's because people tie their ideology with their identity. The deeper problem is many people aren't willing to ever admit they're wrong because they see that as a sign of weakness. It's because we have to teach people the Socratean method. We need to teach people the Socrates paradox. The only thing I know is that I know nothing. You get people that will walk into training, they think they know everything, and by the end of it, you have to fail them because they learned nothing. Like, something has changed, and you even tell them right off the bat. You'll say to them, I'm letting you guys know that there have been a lot of changes to this module of instruction. And you get one attempt to pass the test. And if you fail the test, you're done for the day and you have to come back tomorrow and start over. And then you'll get half the class fails. And what do they write on their feedback forms? The instructor failed to properly present the material. So then the next day, you walk in and you're like, hey guys, I see that like 14 of you out of 16 of you that failed yesterday all wrote the instructor failed to properly teach the material. Well, luckily I recorded yesterday's presentation. So instead of me teaching it today, I'm just going to replay yesterday's and you let me know where your questions are. You just go to the back of the classroom, and you put yourself up there, and you're watching yourself teach it. Yep, taught that right. Yep, I taught that right. Yep, I taught that right. Yep, I taught that right. And now that they're fucking paying attention, all 16 of them get hundreds on the test. You're like, you sons of bitches. I say tons of stuff here and you correct me. I only stand to benefit because I become more informed or I'm reminded on something I forgot about. Yeah. Or I correct you on something and you're like, no, no. Now you've moved into the wheelhouse I'm certain I know about, so I'm going to push back. And then I'm like, shit, I'm getting pushback. I better go look. I better go research. Identities are like masks. Wear them when necessary, but don't forget to take them off. Yeah. Identities are like masks. Wear them when necessary, but don't forget to take them off. 100%. 100%. Also realize, if your ideology is your identity, you have a problem. I heard somebody say something really important about the Catholic Church yesterday, and I wasn't offended. I appreciated it. And what they said was, paraphrasing, but it went something like this. If you defend your faith with the Bible, but you ignore atheists, spelt wrong, who use the Bible as proof, you aren't Catholic, you're in a cult. And you know what? God damn if that ain't true. I use the Bible to defend my position. I also find it funny how many people try to say the Bible says this. Like, I watch Catholics and Christians say the Bible is true and the Quran is false. Okay. There are more than 100 direct contradictions in the Bible. 100 direct contradictions in the Bible. See if I can find it real quick. And these aren't small contradictions. Yeah, here you go. Who incited David to count the fighting men of Israel? God did. Satan did. In that count, how many fighting men were found? 800,000. 1,100,000. How many fighting men were found in Judea? 500,000. 470. God sent his prophet to threaten David with how many years of famine? 7. 3. How old was Uzziah when he began to rule over Jerusalem? 22. 42. Please as a fucking Catholic or a Christian, please do not fucking say shit that's absurd. Like, the Bible is factually correct and the Quran is flawed. Because the Bible has contradictions in it. How many stalls for horses did Solomon have? 40,000. 4,000. Look, motherfuckers. That's a big fucking difference. In what year did Baasha, king of Israel, die? The 26th year, still alive in his 36th year. You're missing a whole 10-year period of fucking history. And the list goes on and on and on and on. If you say the Old Testament is a learning tool anyway, the New Testament's law ended the Old Testament's law. No, it didn't. That's not true. The 10 Commandments are still valid. They're found in the Old Testament. The New Testament corrects some things. That's why Jews only follow the Old Testament. Christians follow the Old and the New Testament. And the Muslims follow their rewrite interpretation of the Old Testament. But you are correct. Jesus comes and he says, above the 10 commandments is this new commandment I give you, or this new command I give you. Love one another as I loved you. What Jesus said was, but my Lord, the rabbis say we can't eat pork because it makes us unclean. And Jesus says, how can something you take into your stomach make your heart unclean? If my Father has made it for you, he made it for you. It can't make you unclean. That's why the Jews say Jesus was a radical rabbi. And why the Christians say, well, the New Testament is the updated revisions of the Old Testament. Doesn't mean that nothing in the Old Testament is valid. It's like I heard somebody say, God is the first sinner, not Adam and Eve. I was like, all right, before I jump and before I bite, let me hear your argument. They said, Well, technically, God lied to Adam and Eve about the apple. Shit. Let me fucking. Oh, okay. They're not wrong. They're not right, but they're not wrong. Because the only thing I can come back with as a counter argument is, well, technically lying wasn't a sin yet because God hadn't sent down the 10 Commandments. But God lied to his children about the apple. Damn it. I got to give the atheists you got the point, man. I got to give it to you. I can make a bunch of counterpoints to it, but at that point, it sounds like coping. It sounds like quibbling. But God could make it anything he wanted at any point in time. You're right. He could make it anything he wanted, but he still spoke an untruth. He still spoke the untruth. If God had simply said, don't eat the apple because I fucking said so, okay. Cool. Don't eat the apple because I fucking said so. You're God. I'm your child. I'll listen to you. It might have been true, though, at the time. It could have. But then I think what we're doing right there, I think what we're doing is quibbling. I think what we're doing is we're trying to make excuses for God the same way Stephen Sharif's white knights made excuses for him. Like, look, atheist, you have a really good point. I'll bring that up to God when I see him. I'll also annoy my pastor with it the next time I see him. Because ain't nothing better than watching an old ass pastor get asked a question that he doesn't have an answer to. He's like, weren't they immortal before they ate the fruit though? Yes. They were immortal before they ate the fruit. But the apple would give them all knowledge. And that's why God didn't want them to eat it. Because he said don't eat it, and by violating him you sinned. Why make the apple in the first place? Free will. The next question is, if God is infallible and God is perfect, how did Satan enter the garden anyway? Shit. Then an atheist hit me with the fucking hat trick and I was like, damn, man, you're on your point. If God is all forgiving, then why does Satan not sit at the left hand of his father? Fuck. I can't answer these questions. All I can do is say, these are great questions. I'll ask him when I get there. Yeah, TSA wasn't getting paid. So somebody was able to sneak a snake in through a suitcase. It was all Lilith. We'll blame Lilith. Lilith didn't get her bag checked. She snuck a snake into the garden. It's all fucking Senator Kennedy's fault. But no, that's the world we're living in now. People like, I think Daniel Brown, when he wrote Angels and Demons, the Carmelingo asks him, are you a Catholic? And he says, my brain says I'll never understand God. My heart says I'm not meant to. Okay, cool. I respect atheists. Where I start to disrespect atheists is, look, you aren't a powerful enough force on this planet to make me question my faith. You don't have to accept it. It's kind of like being offered a cookie. Or it's kind of like being a drug dealer. Chris Rock joke. Kind of like being a drug dealer. You want some drugs? You want some drugs? You want some drugs? No, man. That's it. Okay. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses, on the other hand, they don't accept no for an answer. Walk down the stairs naked, right? So, today's question, the question of the day, that's what I've been forgetting to do. I'm supposed to start the show off with the question of the day, and I didn't. That was my mistake. I was like, I knew I had more material prepped. I know I had more. I'm like, I apologize. I'm still struggling to wake up in the morning. This is my next big one. Today's question of the day on all my social media is, who should control the school curriculum? The parents or the government? And I've got a channel in my Discord every day, and I post this question on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. The big one becomes, parents already control the school through the school board. But is that a good idea? Is it a good idea to have a lady who sits as the president of the school board who only has a GED? Should there be a minimum qualification required to be the president of the school board? Because generally, in most situations, you have to have a certain amount of qualifications in order to sit in certain positions. Like, for example, in the military, in the Air Force at least, the chief of staff of the hospital has to be a doctor. The chief of medical services has to be a doctor. Well, unfortunately, you have what's known as the MDOS in the Air Force, the Medical and Dental Operations Squadron. Well, dentists can make colonel. So dentists get assigned as group commanders, and the group they get assigned of is the medical group. So although the dentist is the 06 in charge of the medical group, he is not the director of medical services. You have to find the highest ranking doctor. And so now you've got a group commander who doesn't have the full authority of the group commander because he doesn't have the full authority as the medical director. You now have a situation where one guy's job is to organize, train, and equip, and another guy's job is to say what I need to be organized, what I need to be trained, and what I need to be fully equipped, because I make the medical decisions. The Air Force shit going back 26-ish years ago, what they tried to do is they brought in an AFSC called Medical Service Corps. And what that job was, the same level of a civilian equivalent of a hospital director. Did you know that most hospital directors aren't doctors? Despite what you see on the TV show New Amsterdam? Most hospital directors have a degree in hospital administration, not surgery. Because good doctors aren't good administrators. Good doctors can't do the job of a hospital administrator. Because they can't think about the pennies. They can't think about the cuts. They think about saving lives. What do I need to save lives? Surgeons are terrible administrators. One of the reasons why surgeons are terrible administrators, surgeons don't give a shit about the after effects of their action. They give a shit about saving the patient. I've seen a surgeon call for 3 surgical trays because whatever the fuck is going on. But what they don't realize then is you now have 3 surgical trays of shit in the operating room, and you've got a surgical tech over there trying to keep count now of 3 different trays worth of shit. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to get enough pieces back into the first tray so that they can count the tray as done and move it away. I've seen amazing surgeons not be able to even fill out their own training paperwork. They do not have the ability to constantly change from one thing to another over and over and over and over for 10 hours at a time. Right, that's exactly it. Surgeons have the ability to stand and do one thing for 16 hours straight. Surgeons are terrible hospital administrators because they're going to see a problem and they're going to want to chase the problem from here all the way down and fix it. Where a hospital administrator is taught, I'm going to fix it enough for today and I'm going to task out the finding out why it's broken at lower levels. Surgeons can't do that. I mean, some can, obviously, but some of them are going to be like, and they're really good thought process people. I have found that surgeons are some of the best people for Gemba walks. Surgeons are some of the most amazing people at the hospital to do the Gemba walk with because they want to know. This is like their time to figure out how all the shit's broken. Oh man, they'll get down into the weeds, which is great. Except when you have 18 hours of work to do in a 10-hour shift, you can't spend 16 hours on one task. And I've seen a lot of surgeons get caught up in that. I've seen some surgeons who made really good group commanders. I've seen other surgeons despise being... I had one surgeon who was the medical group commander come over to my office once. He knew me. He brought me a Dr. P. And he said, hey, I need to talk to you. And I'd like this conversation to become confidential. I said, okay. He's like, I need a deployment. I said, sir, you're the group commander. You're not, you won't be tagged for deployment because all the medical facilities are all, the deployments for those are, he's like, no. I don't want to deploy as a commander. He's like, I want to deploy as a cutter. I want to be a surgeon. I was like, okay. He's like, but it'll look real bad on me if I volunteer for a deployment. No problem, sir. Picking up what you're putting down. So I called my friend at the MAGCOM and I said, hey, without making an official note of this anywhere, the group commander here won't turn down a deployment if you're sending him as a surgeon. The person up top was like, really? Normally they claim that commander exemption bullshit. It's like, nope, he wants to go as a cutter. Just wherever you want to send him. So they sent me back 3 options. 2 were for 6 months, 1 was for a year. So I went to him and I said, you have 2 6-month options and 1 1-year option. He's like, I'll take the year option. You good? Yeah. So send him the year option. He got tagged. He went. Thing is the wing commander said he was happy because they were able to put the right guy in charge of the medical group. He went and he did a service for a year doing the thing he was happy with. Everybody benefited. He just didn't want to run the hospital. He hated it. And I get that. So, should parents... Oh, I saw somebody say, most parents aren't educated enough to know what their kids need for a well-rounded education, one that will set them up for success in life. I agree with that statement right there. In fact, as wise as I think I am, I didn't figure this out as a parent until about 5 years ago, maybe. The advice I was giving my kids was good advice for 1990s problems. What I didn't factor in was that we're not in the 1990s. And that advice isn't great advice because the world has changed. Let's see. We've got some good news for TSA. After weeks of chaos in U.S. airports, the TSA said Monday that most of its officers received much of their back pay Monday for working during the shutdown. Weary travelers hope the overdue paychecks will lead to the end of hour-long security lines. Wait times at some of the bottlenecks had already improved slightly or significantly Monday morning. But how long will it take for the long lines to consistently return to normal? Working without pay forced more than 500 officers to leave TSA and thousands called out. The DHS shutdown resulted in not only travel delays, but also warnings of airport closures as TSA workers missed paychecks, stopped going to work. Wait time still pushed beyond 2 hours at LaGuardia Monday morning. BWI had minimum wait times. President Donald Trump ordered the Department of Homeland Security to pay TSA offers immediately to ease the lines plaguing airports. The move came after Trump rejected bipartisan congressional efforts to fund the TSA. Democrats are demanding better identification for the officers, judicial warrants, and because TSA, while negotiations continue with Democrats who have refused to approve more funding without restraints on Trump's immigration enforcement and mass deportation operations. I am so tired of this country and this bullshit. Look, man, it's real simple. Here is President Jalan's platform when it comes to immigration. We have got to agree that we have got to get everybody out of this country that shouldn't be here. We have got to get past this fucking bullshit of people in our country that shouldn't be here. And by shouldn't be here, what do I mean by remove everyone who shouldn't be here? Number one, if you're here on a visa and the visa expires, you don't get to stay, you get to go home. Period. Dot. Period. Fucking dot. If your visa expired, you leave. Now, are we going to go in retroactively go after people like Elon Musk or Melania Trump who were here on one type of visa and then without leaving the country and returning on a different type of visa? No, we're not. Why? Because the juice ain't worth the fucking squeeze. We're going to publicly state we understand that we would be well within our right to pursue some of these individuals, but the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Number two, if you cross the border illegally and you didn't come through a checkpoint, you're a fucking criminal who has to be arrested and deported. And if we keep getting repeat offenders, then we're going to lock them in an 8x6 cell for 6 months and then deport them anyway. And number three, if you're here on a visa and you commit a crime, you're gone. We don't need to import criminals. We have enough. We have enough criminals in America. If you commit a crime while you're on your visa, you gotta go. You gotta go home. You don't get to come back. Well, what about the people seeking political asylum? We should rephrase the topic to make it harder to argue. Compare them to squatters in your house. If you let someone in your house and give them a lease for your downstairs apartment, that's fine. Leave them alone. If someone breaks into your house and decides that they're just going to live there, kick them out. Yeah, but Phelan, the problem with that ideology is this. Numerous states have passed squatters' rights laws. Squatters' rights laws are designed for a different era when people would go west and then leave their house there, and another group of people would move in there and manage it for 10 years. Then it was theirs. Squatters' rights are for unique circumstances. Squatter rights aren't stupid. Squatter rights, the way they're being implemented, are stupid. Like, for example, I had I had a house and I had a long-term girlfriend who had put money into the house. If I died, right? If I died, she would have no right to live in the house that I had put money in because she's a girlfriend, not a spouse. So she's not my next of kin. But squatters' rights are written such that my girlfriend could go to the tax office and she could make the argument, hey, I've lived here. He doesn't have a will, but I've lived here. I've put money into the house. I can prove I've put money into the house. So why should his house go into probate and go to siblings just because they're his next of kin? The house should come to me because I've lived here. I'll take over the tax payments. I'll take over the care and maintenance of the house. That's a good application for squatters' rights. A person who has contributed, but the current legal standing doesn't apply. Now, that situation in my life would never happen because I've had kids for so long. My kids have always been my next of kin. But it makes sense. But squatters' rights, that what Phelan is talking about, somebody moves into my house while I'm on vacation, well, I'm going to walk in and I'm going to say, get the fuck out. And when they say, no, I have squatters' rights, I say, you also have a right to this 410 Dragon's Breath round, whatever you want. It's why my house is specifically listed as a non-rental property with my village. I made my village accept a statement on my occupancy permit that my unit is not available for commercial rent. Common law should allow her to assume the responsibility as long as she's been de facto common spouse for long enough. Yeah, and that's, we need to look at our Congress and our state legislature shouldn't be worried about passing new laws for the sake of passing new laws. We should go into a period of our laws are bullshit. We have 15,000 pages of gun control law. I can fix all of gun control law with a one paragraph law or a one-page law. If you commit a crime with a gun or a reasonable facsimile of a gun, it's 15 years consecutive on your sentence. Meaning you committed a crime with a 9mm Beretta. It's 15 years. Subline under that. 1 additional year will be added on for every round of live ammunition that you have on your person. So you commit a crime with an AR-15 with a 30-round magazine, that's 45 years in jail. And remember, my big picture crime reform law is that if you are ever sentenced to a length of time that takes you over 125 years old, you're just executed. If the soonest you can be paroled is over the age of 125, we just execute you. Now, granted, people are like, you're turning everything into a capital case. You're right, I am. Because the deterrent has to be a deterrent. Yeah, but the problem is we don't need to get into the debate. 1 year per round is easy. Because what's that going to do? It's going to downshift people away from lethal mass casualty weapons. Someone's not going to go shoot up a church with a bag of ammo, knowing that regardless of the outcome, they're carrying 125 years of jail time. So they've just made their case a capital crime. Some people still would, but that number would come down and down and down. And that's what we want. We want a deterrent. Yeah, there's some crazy things with if you're a felon in your possession of a firearm. If I was Jewish, I would vote for Trump again. Well, you can't vote for Trump again. He's not eligible for another presidential term. And why would you vote for Trump at all? I mean, I can make the argument about why Jews and Israelites and Israelis would want to vote for Trump, but I don't think anybody else would. I think only the Jewish and the people of Israel have benefited from Donald Trump being president. I don't think anybody else has. At the same time, however, Joe Biden didn't do anything to help the situation because Trump defends Israel's interests. Sure. But I don't think the next president is going to be a very effective Middle Eastern president. Unless Donald Trump is playing some serious 5D chess here, the only thing I can think of is that Donald Trump wants to just throw the Middle East into a complete state of chaos. And Donald Trump wanted Iran to attack its Middle Eastern neighbors so that there's animosity built up there. But other than that, I'm not quite seeing the value in what Donald Trump has done. I also said years ago, if I was in charge, I would have cut off Israel about 5 days after their latest round of bullshit. I would have stepped in and I would have said, "No, you're not having free reign to exterminate the Palestinian people." Well, what can I expect out of my country? Every time in the last 25 years that my country has had a vote in the UN to talk about food being a basic human right, my country doesn't vote that food is a basic human right. I understand the US doesn't want this. The transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity and reparations should be paid, because reparations shouldn't be paid to black people. There is no logical argument in the free fucking world for why reparations should be paid to black people. Because then I would like to ask, where are the reparations for all the Irish people who came to America and then joined Lincoln's army to get their citizenship and they were killed? Where's their reparations? And you'll notice that all the black leadership that keeps crying for reparations, they won't address the Irish question because they say, well, Irish people are white. And I say, no, they're not. Not in that era, they're not. Not the Polish, the Irish, the Italians, the Greeks and the Serbians. They're not white by European standard in the 1800s. They're the pigs. So don't turn around. If we're gonna make everything about fucking race, then don't you dare turn around and say Europe had a different level of racism because they all look white, so they're racist against culture. They're culturist, they're bigoted. No, they're still racist because the pigs weren't considered white. They were considered a lower class of people. Keeping in mind the irony of that the people on the little island of Ireland had been there longer than all the people in England. They were fucking there. And the English went through multiple versions of who lived there. Oh, when the Romans went to Britannia. Oh, so you mean you bred with the Romans? Oh, okay. Pay me reparations. Where are my reparations for forcing me out of the area that is now Tennessee and sticking my ass in Oklahoma in the middle of the most uninhabitable desert for hundreds of miles, and then passing legislation to prevent my education or reproduction for centuries? Yes. Most Jews blindly support any Israeli policy. No, they don't. What are you talking about? As well as any nationalities that... Wait, no, stop. You stumbled into the way wrong channel if you're going to roll in here with just bullshit racism. Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because you keep saying most Jews. Who are you referring to as Jews? Because you've got cultural Jews, ethnic Jews, and Israelis. So you've got nationality, culture, and religion. Which ones are you talking about? I think reparations is the right thing to do. Why? Why are reparations the right thing to do? Why should America pay reparations to black people when the North already paid in blood? Who's going to pay the reparations? The government? Well, that comes from my tax dollars. So why are you taxing a descendant of a person who died to give freedom to somebody that I never enslaved and I never benefited from? The fucking bullshit top level argument. Well, you benefit from being white. No, I don't. I'm tired of that fucking bullshit. I don't benefit from being white. I have doors closed because I'm white. I suffer from the white condition, which means in the 90s, college money. No. You complicate everything, but every nation often blindly supports its own state. This is a fact. No, dude, shut the fuck up. Here you go. Ready? I'm not complicating everything. I'm asking you a question that clearly you can't answer, so you shouldn't be talking about the topic. All I've asked you is, are you talking about religious Jews? Are you talking about ethnic Jews? Are you talking about Israelis? Because you can be a Muslim Israeli. You can be a Catholic Israeli. You can be an Irish individual who follows Judaism. So I've asked you, and somebody else has asked you, what fucking Jews are you talking about? Why is that a hard question for you to answer? Are you talking about the citizens of Israel, the people who follow Yahweh, or the people who lived in that land thousands of years ago? It's just one of three. Which ones are you talking about? Why is your argument so weak and feeble? You can't answer the question about which flavor of Jew you're talking about. So don't say, I complicate everything. Make it simple. Which flavor of Jew are you referencing? And then you say, every nation often blindly supports its own state. Really? America says, you're wrong. So America, probably the most prevalent nation for your argument, says you're wrong. Public opinion about the war in Iran is the American people hate it. The slave owners got reparations, so the slaves should get reparations. I am not. But many people in my environment support the policy of the state, and I personally know many Jews who justify the fighting in Gaza. Okay, if you don't answer my fucking question, I'm just going to ban you. The next thing you say on my chat will either be, I'm talking about citizens of Israel, cultural Jews, or religious Jews. What the fuck Jews are you talking about? Because I can't follow your fucking dumb fuck argument. I've asked you now 3 times, and Faye asked you. You keep using the word Jew. Which Jew are you talking about? I can't respond to any of your dribble until I know what Jew you're fucking talking about. Why is that hard for you? I personally know many Jews who justify the fighting in Gaza. Great. I personally know lots of Irishmen who justify it. I know lots of Americans that justify it. I know lots of Irishmen that condemn it. I know lots of Americans that condemn it. What fucking Jews are you talking about? Citizens of Israel? A good portion of them are against that movement. So which Jews are you talking about? And keep in mind, I've given you more than enough time to answer, citizens of Israel, cultural Jews, religious Jews. If you say anything other than one of those three configurations, I'm just going to ban you. So heads or tails, man, live or die. Just answer the fucking question. Now, back to Come On Bunny. The slave owners got reparations because the Constitution, all that you've listed is often one person. Okay, goodbye. See, ladies and gentlemen, I banned his ass because I literally said the next thing you say on my channel needs to let me know this isn't your soapbox. This is my soapbox. If you can't give an answer as to what flavor of Jew you're talking about, you're a racist fucking bigot, and I don't want to hear from you. All that you've listed is often one person. Yeah, and that's true. But I said I know Irish people who follow Yahweh. I know Israelis who are Catholic. So if you're so fucking narrow-minded and bigoted that all you can do is lump all the Jews together, then fuck you, you don't get to talk here anymore. That's not censorship, by the way, that's moderation. As far as what you said, Come On Bunny, if not reparations for slavery, then reparations for the families of the Tulsa Massacre or the families of the 1985 Philadelphia bombing. Why? Why should the government pay for the acts of individuals? Fine. I want reparations for all the Irish indentured servants. This is the hard thing to remember. Every group of people have suffered atrocities at the hands of other people. If you had said not the Tuskegee Airmen, if you had said the medicine trials against black people that were sanctioned by the government, where they were injected with syphilis so that they could track over the course of their lifetime the effect of this STD, those people, cool. But the Tulsa Massacre, what does that have to do with the federal government overall? There was a crime committed, but I don't think the federal government needs to pay reparations for a crime. Otherwise, doesn't the federal government then have to pay 9/11 survivors, Marar Federal City bombing, Boston Marathon survivors, the Olympic bombing? Why are we looking for the federal government to pay people when bad shit happens? The only one that I can see is when the government has done terrible shit. Like the Philadelphia police bombing of a black organization. Philadelphia could pay those people, but not the federal government. Because Philadelphia should suffer the burden. Because again, I'm all for saying money here, money everywhere, but then fine, we'll give every black person who can prove that they were the descendant of a slave $200,000. But then we'll immediately fine them $350,000 to pay back the Union families and the Irish families that lost a family member ending slavery. And then they'd be like, whoa, no, you're not taking my money. Well, now you've just made the argument why I don't want reparations paid. I'll give you $200, you owe $350. You like that freedom? It came with a cost. We need to just move past it. The state of California said, we're going to give slave reparations. A state that never had slavery is going to pay people who were never slaves money taxed from people who never owned slaves. You're gonna need to do a whole lot better with the fucking logical argument there. We're one nation. It's a terrible nation, but we're a nation. With that said, I got some stuff I gotta do. I love being here. I love the show. This is why we do it. I thought we would get through a show with no dumbass, but we got a dumbass right at the end of the day. I'm gonna get out of here. I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos?